what's up YouTube and Twitch? How you doing? This is Mr. Hardcore Mode where nothing's easy. Here we are going to check out all the supposed reviews from critics. All their reviews on Dragon Age the Veilguard. We're going to see who's telling the truth and who's telling lies. We're going to see how they played the game. We're going to see what the game has in store. And see what we got going on. Just to let everybody know, I will be playing Veilguard on the 31st. I will play much of it this weekend, as much as I can. And I'll give a thorough investigation on the game. If you want to play the game, cool. Awesome. If you don't want to play the game, but you want to see how I would react, well, it's coming this weekend. So here we go. We're going to start off with IGN, because IGN is a person that we all trust. No, we don't. We don't trust critics, okay? So,
why do you come here?
I mean, I like coming. It's my thing. Anyway, we'll start off with Dragon Age the Veilguard. This is what they had to say. Dragon Age the Veilguard, enjoyable action combat, a fantastic cast of allies with sweeping story arcs, all their own. Top-notch cinematics and moving, nuanced character writing are the wings on which this triumphant dragon soars. God, that was corny as fuck. If we never get another Dragon Age, at least it got to go out on a high note. What the Is he already calling it right here? He played the game and he was just like, this game sucks, but since I'm getting paid to give it a 9.
This is where we hold them! This is where we fight!
Alright, chat, chill out.
This is where they die!
Alright, chat, chill. No more alerts. I'll turn off alerts, I swear. I'll turn them off. I ain't banning anybody, but I'll turn off those alerts. Anyway, I feel like they already know what's about to happen with this game, because they just said, if we never get another Dragon Age, you already don't have faith with your own thing that you did an IGN first. You already did a lot of money juggling between you and EA. You already did a lot of money juggling. So I don't know why, but let me tell you something, chat. You want to know something that's weird? You want to know something that's crazy? Did you know that CEOs, publishers of BioWare can get incentives and bonuses if they get good reviews? This is why a lot of people don't get reviews that are critical of a video game. So, CEOs will get bonuses if they get something like a 9 or a 10. Boom! So that's where the money juggling happens. This is all about money. It always goes back to the money every single time. It just depends on who we're giving the money to. Are we giving the money to the people who deserve it? Or are we giving the money to the people that are just being money-grubbing little pieces of shits? I don't know why these supposed fans are being surprised or hopeful on a game that is tied to EA. EA is trash, along with Wizards of the Coast. We're about to go ahead and pop up this review. Here we go.
As I excitedly slashed.
Oh God, this looks like shit. You wanted me to go to your website? Get the fuck out of here. Go fuck off. You know what? Since you did that to me and made me go to your site with your horrible, we're gonna look at shit. A mighty queef, whatever. Fuck off. Anyone who trusts IGN reviews at this point is high on copium. I don't really say copium, but I know what you mean. Pre-flop cope. God willing, the studio will close after this. Man, a lot of people. Man, good lord. Non. Goodbye, BioWare. Jesus fucking non-binary. I just said, and I'm going to use they instead of she from now on. I hope I can kick this woman out of my team. You know, ooh, you know how in most games you can kick out anybody in your team in most CRPGs or RPGs in general? There's always that option right there to kick somebody out of your party. What if they stop you right there and say, you can't kick this person out of your party? So now you're forced feeding people certain characters. I firmly believe that if you're doing an RPG, CRPG, you should have the option to kick somebody out. You can do it in so many games. So many games that are like this. So many games. You could do it in previous Dragon Age. If there's this moment where it's just like, nah, there's no chance that you can pull them out, then what the fuck? Anyway, let's go look at these reviews. I apologize for running my mouth. Let's go for YouTube. Yep. IGN. No big booty bitches today. Nope. I'm looking for reviews. Thank you, computer.
As I excitedly slashed, blasted, wooed, looted, and delved my way through the...
Who is this? Who is this kid that is doing this? Who is doing this review? Good lord. Okay. Wooed? Wooed? Alright.
Stunning and enthralling world of Dragon Age the Veilguard, I kept having one thought. Wait, BioWare made this? 2020?
God. Chat. You can become a journalist. Chat, you can become a journalist. It is so easy. All you have to do is sound smarter than this dude. You could become a journalist right now. Mr. Hardcore Mode, to be fair, in the last 2 games, it went in the direction, but today it is just hyperbole. Yeah, you're right about the whole keeping people in your party. That's true. Yeah. Yeah, you have to be all buddy with your companions. Very true. Very true.
24 BioWare?
You're really selling it.
With this game coming in the wake of the debacle that was Anthem, itself proceeded...
I'm going to be honest with you right now. Anthem is better than Veilguard, and I haven't even touched... At least with Anthem, you can fly...
We're not worthy!
At least...
Not worthy!
At least we can fly. We can fly in Anthem, and it's fucking cool. In Dragon Age the Veilguard, I need to know your pronouns.
by Dragon Age Inquisition and Mass Effect Andromeda, which were both merely alright in hindsight, I wasn't sure these former masters of the...
And this motherfucker just said that those 2 games were alright. This motherfucker, how am I supposed to take you seriously if you just said the last 2 games that flopped were merely alright? Get this fucking clown out of here. Get this clown out of here. I can smell his hairstyle right now. Shaved on the side. Blonde.
The role-playing game craft could make a game like this anymore. But putting together my team of interesting and endearing companions to save the world felt like getting the old band back together, in more ways than one.
I'm going to tell you right now, it's not that hard to make a group or a fellowship amount of companions in any sort of game. It doesn't need to be just BioWare or Dragon Age. It can be an Owlcat game. It could be any sort of game anywhere else. Anywhere else. You can make a game where you have a fellowship of friends that have a common goal. This is not just a, holy shit, this is the first time I've seen a game where it seems like you're in a team. And I'm like, nigga, are you serious? The Avengers, what happened to them? What about Lord of the Rings? You remember that old school PlayStation 2 game that Lord of the Rings game where you can have your friends hook up a controller and then it's like Gauntlet. Oh god, that game was so good.
Archdemons attacking the north wall.
Try the horns.
The Archdemon's too loud.
No one's retreating.
There's no choice, sir. We're under siege. We have to fall back to the dragon trap.
Forget the trap. Send word to Commander Janos. Rally outside the wall.
This guy right here, I don't know who the fuck he is. He looks like he's a Grey Warden commander. He's the only person that has given this game a teensy-weensy bit of testosterone. And you know what? I have a strong feeling he's gonna die real quickly. I don't know. This guy with a mustache, he's the only one to give. He's like, we're not backing down. We don't run away. We're Grey Wardens. And I'm like, oh shit. Okay, Veilguard. But part of me is just like, wait a minute. Are you gonna throw this nigga away? And I'm like, we'll play the game. We'll see.
The scope of this adventure is the whole north of Thedas, sending you from the coasts of Ravane to the blighted wilds of the Anderfels, as you attempt to prevent the rise of an ancient and menacing evil. It was thrilling, as a longtime fan of the series, to finally see so many of the places I'd only read about in a journal entry way back in 2009. And the way BioWare has us go about that exploration is
It's very trash because it's all very linear. They have said it time and time again. Everything is linear. The areas look nice, if you want to say that, but they said and they have shown that things are very linear. I am looking at those snowy mountains you just showed me 15 seconds ago, and I was like, wow, that's a snowy area. That's really beautiful. Oh, look, a road. I can only get on the road. Anywhere else I can't get on, but that snowy road, I'm there. So this giant skybox is all around the area, showing you a beautiful vista of places you can't go. It's just a road. Is that fun? You like to see giant, beautiful places of nothing? Because that's what you're gonna get. Giant places of nothing.
very focused and deliberate. Veilguard's level design was one of the first things that jumped out at me, reminding me of the original Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic almost more than anything.
Love
The
that game.
slick, looping corridors with just enough little nooks to discover are cleverly interconnected in a way that proves how
It's not clever. They shine that shit everywhere. Were you not paying attention? You played the game. You're talking about like, oh, cleverly like hidden in a place. What are you talking about? I just saw a giant, a little satchel on the ground, a little tiny satchel. And you want to know how I saw that tiny little satchel? It is glowing gold. It's also making a tiny sound. So, and it also has the little circle on it. So that little annoying sound, has anybody ever noticed that there was like loot on the ground and you only knew that loot was on the ground because it was making that weird sound? Where now they don't even give you, they give you this illusion of actually trying to go on an adventure and explore and look for loot, when in actuality they hand it to you and they're just like, hey, there's a treasure over here. And I'm like, yes, I see it. How did you know? You're glowing gold. Okay, well, open it up. And then you open up the chest and it just explodes coins everywhere. And your character grabs something in it like God of War. And then it just disappears. The whole chest disappears. That's what this is. You having fun exploring yet? You having fun, son? Is it hard to find the loot? No, it's not, Dad. Well, okay.
a BioWare style RPG gains a lot and loses almost nothing by ditching the idea of a fully open world.
Kind of does. If you're going to make a linear area, make it look interesting, because I'm looking at this game. I'm looking at this and nothing pops out as a random sort of quest on the side of the road. It looks like you're just running around for the sake of just running around. Now, here's the cool thing. You remember Baldur's Gate 3? You would just walk around and something fucking amazing will happen. I'm looking at you run around as you're talking, and you ain't doing a goddamn thing. So tell me where it's interesting. It looks nice at the area, but you ain't doing anything. Now you're running up onto the what, you gotta find some gold up there? That's great, that's cool, but all I see you doing is just walking around and shit. There is no sense of exploration because everything screams, why don't you come to, you know, perfect example. You remember when you were in Dragon's Dogma 2 and then your characters kept on saying, yo, I wonder what goes up there. I wonder what goes up to that ladder. Have we tried to go up to that ladder? There's a ladder over here. That's what this is. That's what this game is. That's the exploration.
The exceptions to that are a couple of the more vertical sections of the city of Minrathous, which can be a little bit of a pain in the ass to navigate sometimes. Across the board, though, the environment art is really jaw-dropping. From the desolate peaks of Kal Sharak to the surreal floating elven ruins in Arlathan Forest. I was very pleased with the character designs, too.
You were really pleased about the character designs. Okay, well, judging by the fact that you're talking through your nose, I'm going to say that you're probably chunky. So anything that you see in this character creation is going to look probably four times as better than you. How could you just ignore the giant heads, bro? How could you just ignore the fact that I would not know nobody has tits on this whole fucking screen? Nobody has ass on this whole screen. There's only different sizes. That Canary right there, his head looks like a fucking kneecap. If this black guy did not have a look like a black guy on his face, I would think he was a fucking woman. I'd be like, is that a woman or a man? Oh, okay, so that's the face of a black man. Okay, you could literally replace each and every one of their heads besides the Canary and not even know whether or not it's a boy or a girl. Because look at the female fucking dwarf. Man or a woman? Well, you're gonna say it's a woman because by the face. Man or a woman with the one dude? Well, you're gonna know it's a man. Same thing. Their chest is the same. Their hands and arms are the same. Their fingers are the same. Everything's the same besides the Canary, who has a giant kneecap of a fucking forehead.
The armor and outfits are fabulous. I spent more than an hour in the character.
This is a perfect example. I feel like you're gonna look worse if you put tits on your character. I feel like it just looks odd. Like I know you, if you want to be a female in this game, okay? I know if you want to be a female in this game, you want to have tits because you also have tits, because depending on who's playing, you know, some people like to play females because they just like to, if it's third person, I want to stare at a woman's ass. But since this game doesn't have any ass, well, there goes your funds. Okay, EA, there goes your funds. But literally, I'm looking at each and every, if you hid all of those heads, the only way I could tell if they were a woman is just those two ones in the middle. The only way, I as a matter of fact, I probably couldn't, because the art style is so bad that I'm just like, maybe the man's just, you know, a bit chunky. I can't tell, man. I can't tell.
Creator, like I usually do, and
hair's
came out
nice.
with a version of our protagonist, Rook, who delighted me every time she was in frame. This might be some of the best looking hair I've ever seen in a video game.
I'll bet.
Even with all of that visual splendor, I was able to get a stable 60 FPS at 4K on my RTX 4070 Super with DLSS set to maximum performance, which usually didn't affect the visual quality in very noticeable ways.
What do you mean? Why are you dicing your words? What? Be truthful. Finish what you were trying to say. Do not change the subject.
The one exception to this was in the late game, when there could be so many spell effects going off at once that I not only lose frames, it's also just difficult to even see what's actually going on.
Yeah, we brought that shit up. How did you not notice? We've already talked about this, and we see this is funny because we don't need to play the game, but we see the game and we're just like, yeah, we can barely see what the fuck is going on. We can barely see what the fuck is going on. And then they finally get to review it, and then they're just like, you know what? I just remembered that I just can't see anything, and the FPS is just getting lower. Like, they finally figured out that certain things are wrong about the game, and they're just like, oh man, well, the graphics on 1.0, oh man, the performance, it ain't good. 9 out of 10 still.
On. Through the crackle and sparks, though, Veilguard's combat is definitely a refinement of what we saw in Dragon Age 2 and Inquisition. I've always preferred the more tactical style of Dragon Age or
each and every one of these motherfuckers say the goddamn same thing. They say the same thing every same time. This is what he's gonna say, because they've all said it. In not only just IGN, but all of them say the same damn thing. I really prefer the CRPG, this sort of aspect and this sort of thing. I wish we could go back to this, but Dragon Age the Veilguard has piqued my interest. Every time. Let's see what he says.
Origins or Baldur's Gate 3, but that ship sailed so long ago for this studio, not even the Evanurists remember what it looked like. And so, judging this very action-focused combat system for what it is, it's pretty good.
You gonna add to that, Fred? You gonna add to that? You gonna add to that, journalist?
BioWare has committed fully to the fast-paced style and refined it to a point that I enjoy it quite a bit. And
how was that fun? You literally just stunned that man the whole damn time. I'm watching you hit people, and there's little to no reason for you to dodge. You just hit the enemy, and they're stunned, stun, 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 stun. And I'm just like, bro, you're a god. That's cool and all, but sooner or later you're going to have some difficulty. Otherwise, you're just going to have a yawn fest. It's pretty good. Yeah, pretty good. 9 out of 10.
The ability to pause and issue party members' orders, just like in Mass Effect, still gives some pause and issue party members' orders, just like in Mass Effect.
Listen here, you fool. Look how sleek and simple to understand that UI is. It also is the same color scheme as the rest of the game, and it's so easy to look through the whole wheel. Everything is see-through. See-through. I could see through and still like focus on certain targets. It's not grandiose. It doesn't shine like, show me.
And the ability to pause and issue.
Look at this thing.
Party members.
Look, everything is shining. Like you even got a glaze effect to it. You also got every time when you click something, it shines bright. You got like arrows pointing up. You also got like, it's not the same. It's not the same. It's so in the way that guess what's going to happen? Week 1 or 2, this whole thing will be outright destroyed in mods.
Borders, just like in Mass Effect, still gives some opportunity for more tactical players like myself to look around the battlefield and consider our next move. It definitely feels better on a control.
And also at the same time, like you just said, I don't know what the fuck is going on. Apparently there's a lot of purple and there's a lot of yellow. And that one person back there is about to shoot something red. And look, there's a whole bunch of numbers flying up everywhere. And I'm just like, yeah, I think you're going to get hit or you're not going to get hit. Nah, you're going to get hit. Am I seeing that correct? Or is Harding down for 43 seconds? I had no idea that this was a multiplayer. I had no idea that your characters, your companions are literally just ability wields. Oh, that's right. I knew that shit.
controller than mouse and keyboard, though. I was somewhat disappointed that party members are more like extensions of your own character in combat at this point.
Shut up, you bitch. You got a 9 out of 10. Continue.
Rather than their own entities. They don't even have health bars, for instance. They can't be knocked out, whereas you instantly lose an encounter if Rook goes down.
Shut up. 9 out of 10.
They do have equipment slots and skill trees, though less than what Rook gets. But overall, the amount of customization available...
But just... I am upset about these few 3 things that I just mentioned. But I gotta get paid, so...
for the whole squad through piles and piles of interesting upgradable loot was more than enough to satisfy my RPG appetites, if not fulfill my wildest fantasies of intricate battle management.
It was enough. That's what he said. It was enough. You know who says it was enough? That one girl that you had sex with that you don't want to talk about. And she doesn't want to go for seconds. That's what it was enough is. That it was enough to sate my appetite. Now she blocked you and you couldn't get it up. Not projecting at all. But it was enough. It was enough. 9 out of 10 though.
Right.
Nice shot.
In my 100-hour, near 100%, almost obsessively completionist playthrough, I styled Rook as a Spellblade, a mid-ranged melee hybrid mage, and really enjoyed the playstyle once I'd unlocked all of my core tools. Dancing with a dagger through a lightning...
let me tell you about these executions that I've been seeing in this game. Let me tell you about these executions. They ain't shit to Space Marines 2. Now those are executions. You feel the executions in Space Marine 2. I don't feel a goddamn thing in these.
Storm I summoned, darting out of danger and then back in for a lethal blow.
Oh, there goes the JPEG lightning again.
Is just a really good time that rewards precise timing and wise target prioritization.
Yeah, because
this isn't the tactical Dragon Age of my youth, but it is a Dragon Age I can vibe with.
Why? Everything gets destroyed because of the fucking vibe. Everything gets destroyed by the fucking vibe. You know what's a vibe? Season 3 of fucking Mandalorian. It was a vibe, all right. It doesn't mean it was a good vibe. You're just like, hey, these are too... some of these episodes are good. It's a vibe. What happened after you... what happened? I have no idea. But, we're going off of vibes now? Is that... How old are you, dude? How old are you? Okay? How old... What are you talking about vibes? Are you 25 going on 40? I don't care about your fucking vibes. I care about what you feel like this is. What you feel like, not as vibes, but does this feel like something that is worth buying? And do you feel like this is a 9 out of 10? You are not giving me 9 out of 10 feelings. You know what a 9 out of 10 person would sound like? A 9 out of 10 person would be like, oh my God. Okay, I got a bias for this game, but damn, this thing looks cool, and this looks cool, and this looks cool. Oh man, you could do all this crazy shit. This person's obviously a little bit biased because they're super excited about the game, but that person that sounds like that, it sounds like they're about to give this a 9 out of 10. You sound like you're swiping right on everything, and you haven't you haven't contacted any one of them bitches. That's what it feels like. You're going halfway. You're swiping right on everything, and then you just fucking delete the app. That's what you do. I have no idea how this happened. Hold on. How did this happen? I have no idea, but I'll take care of it. Woo! I'll fix that.
And the highlights of combat are definitely the boss fights, which offer a really satisfying challenge, even on the default difficulty. While standard mob fights with Darkspawn or Venatori cultists eventually got a little repetitive.
It got repetitive? It got a little repetitive? Listen, you don't go a little repetitive. When you finish this game and it's 50 to 60 hours, you don't get a little repetitive. You get repetitive. There's no... little repetitive is what you say when things start to pick up. Little repetitive is just like, oh man, it's kind of getting repetitive around 20 or 30, level 30. But around 40 and 50, things pick the way up. Things pick up a lot. Things pick up a lot.
After 90 plus hours, going up against a high dragon never failed to get my blood pumping, as I had to carefully study attack patterns and think on my feet. In the sense that a BioWare RPG...
Hold on, I'll figure this out. I have no idea how this happened. I'm gonna figure this out right now. What? There we go. Oh man. Don't have it spawned. Maybe that'll help. No, that does not help. Maybe. I might throw you all away. I might throw all of you away.
RPG is really about your companions, also known as the friends we made along the way. This might be the most BioWare game of all time.
It is not the most BioWare game of all time. You are new. You are brand new. If you even played a slim amount of Origins, this is not old school how it should be BioWare. This is not new BioWare. This is, if anything, it's somebody wearing the skin of BioWare. That's what this is. You do not slice off your own titties, but you do not slice off 50 plus people that are veterans of BioWare and say that you're BioWare. Get the fuck out of here.
Not only is the whole squad made up of complex, memorable, likable, distinct personalities from across Thetis, but they're all treated as the stars of their own story. Veilguard is light on that classic kind of side quest that's like, help Bingo Bongo find some nug grease.
Negative. He's fucking wrong. Every game has a certain level of fetch quests. And also Dragon Age Origins and also Dragon Age 2 had a lot of missions that actually made you think of what your choices was going to be. It was very linear, but each mission had a sort of, if he's talking about Inquisition, okay, that's fine. Hinterlands, fuck that place. But if he's talking about 2 and 1, get the fuck out of here, bro. You sound like you're only playing Inquisition. You're over here talking about Bingo Bongo, and you're out here bingoing and bongoing. What the fuck are you talking about? Don't talk to me like, oh man, each quest every game has a sort of fetch quest monotonous sort of thing. But don't come to me and say like, oh, this game doesn't have any of that. Don't lie to me.
And I don't miss those much, because they've been replaced by full-length heroic arcs for each companion, with twists, turns, a personal nemesis, major character developments, and a moment of triumph fit for a protagonist rather than a sidekick.
Our rogue necromancer has hidden something terrible behind this door.
It's like the writers took the loyalty missions from Mass Effect 2 and blew them up into 7 miniature games of...
What the fuck was that? What the fuck was that? What the
from Mass
fuck?
Effect 2 and blew them up into
What the fuck kind of... What? This is not the crow that you want. All right, ladies, this is not the crow that you want. The crow that you want is that guy with the white paste on his face with the black markings on his face. This is not the crow that you want. This is somebody saying, oh yeah, he's gonna look cool. And then everybody in class is looking like, this bitch is stupid. This bitch thinks she's cool. This is, you know what this is right here? This is, this is going to school and watching some high school kid walk around with a tail and some fox ears, and you're just like opening your locker and you're like, I need to go do my fucking homework and go straight to I need to go to church.
to 7 miniature games of their own. Almost every side mission ties into one of these, which obliterates the sense that you're just doing busy work.
Nothing I'm seeing makes me want to look away.
Picking a favorite of the 7 Veilguard members to talk about genuinely feels like an impossible task. I really want to just say all of them are my favorite, but I had a rewarding
What the fuck was this?
impossible task.
The fuck was this? The fuck is this, bro? The armor? Okay. But honestly, not on her. Just not on her, bro.
I really want to just say all of them are my favorite, but I had a rewarding romance with the stoic Grey Warden Davrin and became mother to his fledgling griffin pal Asan.
You're a grown-ass man. Don't say that shit. You're a grown-ass man, okay? Don't say that shit. Calm the fuck down. I don't want to show up at IGN and they're just like, oh, a black man. And I'm like, back the fuck up, George. Back the fuck up. What the fuck are you doing? This is a business. Calm the fuck down. It's one thing to build up an infrastructure of a journalist sort of like mentality to be like, okay, we're going to do reviews here and reviews here, and we're going to talk here and we're going to talk about this. And then out of nowhere, out of left field, this is my right hand move. Out of left field, shut the fuck up. Out of left field, you're just going to be like, I, Frederick, will be the mother of this griffin and this one black dude. And I'm just like, nigga, calm the fuck down, bro. It's you know what this feels like? It feels like you're in a dorm room with another dude and he's banging this one dude. And you're just like, man, I'll do my homework somewhere else. You pick up your books and you get the fuck out of the dorm. That's what this is. That's what this is. The fuck? You want to hear it again? You want to hear it again? Or you're gonna hear it again.
Say all of them are my favorite, but I had a rewarding romance with the stoic Grey Warden Davrin and became mother to his fledgling griffin pal Asan, so he's got to be my pick for this playthrough. Asan, that is. Seriously, if anything ever happens to the—
Wait. What do you mean Hassan that is? Wait. Were you talking about the black guy that you were going to romance?
Asan, romance with the stoic Grey Warden Davrin and became mother to his fledgling griffin pal Asan, so he's got to be my pick for this playthrough.
Okay, alright.
Asan, that is. Seriously, if anything ever happens to this little guy, I will wash Thetis away in a tide of fire.
How about, you calm down with that millennial talk? Because I know how you guys are when you pet shit in video games that don't exist. But could you do me a favor? If anything happens to Asan in my playthrough, could you just, I don't know, break up with the Davrin dude and do him a favor? Could you do that for me? Just break up with Davrin. Do him a favor. He has no idea what's behind this one white elf. He has no idea. It's his body, his choice.
The Vincent Price-inspired gentleman necromancer Emmerich is also a delightful twist on the usual edgy goth death mage tropes.
Nope. Bullshit. This guy means fucking nothing to anybody. I don't care if he's a little, oh, darling. Oh, I'm an old man. No, we want a fucking old dude who's a necromancer and he's pondering his orb and he wants to summon the dead. That's what we fucking want. Something cool, not just some fucking librarian. That's what he looks like, a fucking librarian. What does he want to bring me over for tea? I came to you for necromancy. I did not come over for fucking tea. Maybe this bloated ass dude will, but I came for necromancy, not that Matt Mercer fucking skeleton. I want actual death skeletons. I want legions of the dead.
We'll be fighting weirder stuff than necromancy.
And while we've been asked by the devs not to spoil specifically who I'm talking about here, as a non-binary person myself, Veilguard includes some of the most authentic representation of coming to terms with general
God. Tell me you're close to the rope without telling me you're close to the rope. Let go of the mental illness. As a matter of fact, I don't even care what you do. Keep that shit to yourself. Just keep that shit to yourself. For the love of fucking God. Bro. You know what? Gay people, you're fine. Those non-binary and trans people that just like the cosplay bullshit, throw them out to sea. Just throw them out to sea. Just get them out of here. They're over here like fucking changing my video games. They want to cut your tits off. I like real fucking women. I'm with my bros who are real fucking bros, real fucking men. These non-binary fucking actors, man, they are just fucking, I wouldn't say weird because weird is a good thing. They are just lost. They see one little bit of something that ties them over with who they are, and they're just like, so this is where we're at. So that's what this type of game is. One character. It only takes one character. That's what they did with fucking Inquisition. They had one trans person, and then now we're in Veilguard, and now they're just like, everything is queer, and it always will, and it always was. And I'm just like, holy shit, you had one trans person that was like slightly in Inquisition. Now we're in Veilguard, and now they're just like, this is the only thing. And I'm just like, nigga, are you serious, bro? What is this reading? Take a long, hard look at it, kid. It'll always show the face of a hero who can get it done. What? Cutting your tits off? Examine other options related to gender identity. Oh my gosh, you fucking lost ass children. Get fucking help. Get help. Go talk to your fucking parents. These are this type of people that fucking throw away their actual family for a new family. And that new family is literally their Reddit. Scar options, identity. Oh, good. Fucking. Oh, God. Oh, God. This might be his, after this game flops, we might never see this guy again. we might never see this guy again. If this game flops, I'm like, God damn. Ain't nobody want to see who you are. God damn.
Gender stuff. And having to navigate your family's reaction to it, I've yet to see in a game.
Establishes transgender identity and unlocks new dialogue options in future conversations. I love who I am. Feels good to see the real me. I'm getting there. They're all the same thing. Where's the option to be like, I hate what I am. Let me jump out the window. Where's that option? I thought we were inclusive. I thought that's what we were doing. I thought Solus was right. Solus was right. Oh my god, Solus was right. I'm gonna have to side with Solus. Oh my god, maybe he was right.
It doesn't feel like an after-school special or like a...
It does feel like an after-school special. You're even making it the preseason of the after-school special. What the fuck are you talking about, dude? You do even know what an after-school special is? Do you even know what pandering is? It is. Just because this is your area of expertise does not mean it is everyone else's. You understand? Capiche?
I'm being pandered to.
You're not being pandered to. You're already there. This is being pandered to everybody else. Get a fucking clue.
It's quite well handled, and finding out that
it's quite well handled. It shouldn't be even handled to begin with. See, this is what happens when you get weirdos in the thing that you like. We should start gatekeeping again. We should start gatekeeping. He's like, oh shit, you want to be into this? Listen, only heterosexuals are in here, man. Only heterosexuals. This is a heterosexual game. You know how weird that sounds? You know who that sounds like? That's right. It sounds like you. That's right. You all said that this is even Corin Bush said that this game is inherently queer and it's for the queers. Yes. That's what you said.
The writer for this character is non-binary themselves did not surprise me at all.
A damn good-looking hero, if I do say so.
No, you don't. All right. You look like Elliot Page with hair.
The larger plot that's threatening the world in the background as we're doing all these more personal quests is nothing particularly outstanding in its overall.
Oh, we're back to the not outstanding or subpar or you were all for that one shit. You were all for that last thing that you were just fucking talking about. You were like, oh, finally, as a non-binary man, and I'm just like, so you're a man, right? Anyway, bigot. As a, oh my god, I'm so glad, 9 out of 10. Anyway, let's go back to talking about the game, I guess. Yeah, I guess this thing is kind of stupid. And I'm just like, yeah, 9 out of 10. Yep, I hear you.
Structure. We need to unite some factions to fight some evil gods who are trying to do bad things with tentacles. The main
Nigga, I thought you were a fan. Nigga, I thought you were a fucking fan. You're talking about the story now, my guy. You were so excited to talk about the fucking Scar shit, the Skittle Crew bullshit. Shout out to Angry Gamer. You were so excited. You were so excited about that bullshit, but now you're back to the game, back to the story, and now you're just like, oh, the story where you have to take care of some gods and, you know, stop the bad from being bad. And I'm just like, nigga, the excitement is right out the window now.
Major wrinkle that makes that interesting, however, is Solus, also known as the Dreadwolf, Fen'Harel, the elven god of lies and rebellion, waiting in the wings, keeping me guessing about whether he was a friend or foe.
He's never a
I need to know what the gods are planning.
You are asking for knowledge no mortal in this world is privy to.
As a continuation of the Dragon Age series, Veilguard does feel a little disconnected from where we left off a decade ago. If you were
9 out of 10. 9 out of 10. 9 out of 10. But it's a 9 out of 10. So, chat, you want to know why this game is a 9 out of 10, even though he's literally really being mid about this whole game? Money. EA talked to IGN, did that whole IGN first thing. They put money underneath the table because the CEO wants a little bit of that extra bonus money, because the publishers do get extra money if there's good positive reviews, regardless of what the person says. And so this is what they get. All those green things that we saw in Metacritic, That's extra bonuses for the CEO of EA. That's why. Money underneath the table. This one gentleman is just a toy in an intricate bubble of the game of the game industry. That's what this is.
Expecting to see.
This is worse than my school report where the teachers had to tell me, my parents, that I was nice boy and then dumped how much of a disappointment I was on them. Jesus Christ. Oh, look, it's a better video game.
Visions from previous games in the series to carry over. I'm sorry to say they've never mattered less. You only get to import 3 choices, one of which only comes up in the context of a single letter you may or may not find and read. You do get to recreate your Inquisitor from may or may not find and read. You do get to
look at this, look at this, look at this, look at this fucking man right here. Look at this man right here. Look at him.
Conan, what is best in life? To crush your enemies, see them driven before you, and to hear the lamentation of their women.
Look at this man. Even Cassandra's doing this thing like, I just met this guy and I was literally about to put him in prison. But you ain't getting that shit in Veilguard, okay? You need to teach Tash the ways of multiculturalism. You know, that's what you need to do in the new game.
Recreate your Inquisitor from Dragon Age Inquisition, the same way Inquisition let you recreate your Hawk if you played Dragon Age 2. And the Inquisitor ends up being a fairly important character, which was cool.
It isn't just Inquisitor, is it? You were someone before that.
But things like
the nigga's just sitting there all alone. You have your Inquisitor just sitting there all alone. Just that's where he is. He's just sitting there all alone. That's it. All the friends that he met along the way, he's just sitting there. He doesn't even have a drink or some food. The fuck? I don't even want to see my character.
Inquisitor, is it? You were someone before that.
But things like who you chose to make the head of the Chantry at the end of Inquisition never come up. There's no sign of the Warden from Origins, even though you visit the stronghold of their order. Hawk gets only a passing mention. There are some other cameos from both Origins and Dragon Age 2, but those characters conspicuously don't reference any important choices you may have made in their present.
Boy, can you just shut the fuck up and go with the butt at the end? Just say butt. Just say butt. Because you got a 9 out of 10 out of this shit. Just say butt so you can get that money. You got a 9 out of 10. Oh, it doesn't have this. It doesn't have that. Just say butt.
This story feels like both a send-off and a soft reboot in a way, which was a bit paradoxically refreshing and disappointing at the same time.
Hurry up.
Agreed.
The pacing early on is kind of weird too, and I felt like I could practice.
Nigga, nobody wants to hear this. Hurry up with the butt. I'm waiting for the butt. Cause you got a 9 out of 10 shit, and you're just going on and on and on. When you were talking about your identity and your private parts, your little dingling ding, your skill shit, you were happy. And now you're talking about the game. Now you're talking about the meat and potatoes of the game, and you sound sad, nigga. You sound sad. I'm waiting for you to say butt, so you can get that 9 out of 10 bonus.
Practically smell the rewrites. For example, it's hilarious that no one ever says the word Veilguard out loud across the 100 hours I played of this dialogue-packed campaign, exposing a last-minute...
Yeah, that's because, they said... You want to know how many times they said Dreadwolf in this fucking game? Quite a few times. You want to know how many times that they mentioned Veilguard? From what you said, 0. You want to know who was the one that brought up Dreadwolf? The team that got fired. Maybe that's some food for thought.
marketing pivot for what it is.
You're making us sound like Solus. That's uncomfortable.
But it doesn't take too long for things to get on a good...
There it is, the butt. Yeah! He did it! Yeah! I was waiting for that. That took like 3 whole minutes. I was like, where's the butt? And there it is.
That's uncomfortable.
But it doesn't take too long for things to get on a good track story-wise, and when they do, they stay on it. Aside from one huge choice you'll make early on, the most interesting bits of narrative design don't come up until the very end of Veilguard's story.
So no choice really matters.
It's hard to dig into this too much without spoiling something, but the finale is also very much in the spirit of Mass Effect 2, which has an ending that up until now may have been the best series of complex consequential choices ever featured in an RPG.
I love that, dude.
The sacrifices I had to make in the closing hours hurt. The wise decisions I made paid off, and
if it hurt that much, don't worry about it, okay? You're gonna be fine. You see those 2 fucking butt plug chandeliers right behind that lady? Just shove them up your ass and you'll be fine, okay? Just shove them up your ass and you'll be fine. You're gonna give this game a 9 out of 10. Stop doing this whole flowery thing, or it's just like, is that who non-binary 9 out of 10. That's what this whole thing is.
even got the chance to dramatically flick an ace out of my sleeve at the very last moment, specifically because I took a very thorough and careful approach to everything leading up to that.
Incorrect, because you just told us most of your choices don't even matter. You're just straight up lying. You're just straight up lying. You just said most of your choices. You just said that before. You just said that. You said most of your choices, it feels like it doesn't even matter. And now you're saying like, oh, it's a good thing I made this choice. And I'm like, nigga, did it? You just told me it did.
Really felt like the ultimate reward.
Attack!
Throughout it all, the cinematic flair is off the charts, proving that BioWare is unmatched in the RPG world in that particular discipline. So much of the best stuff I can't even show you here, but parts of it felt like watching a big budget fantasy movie in the best ways. A triumphant and effective, if not quite iconic, score elevates these moments further.
Yeah, say 9 out of 10.
The Veilguard refreshes and reinvigorates a storied series that stumbled through its middle years, and leaves no doubt in my mind that it deserves its place in the RPG pantheon. The next Mass Effect is going—
Wait, what did you just say? It stumbled through its middle years? I'm sorry to say, my good man, but after what you just said about Veilguard, it doesn't even sound that you were too in it to begin with. So you telling me that it stumbled through its middle years is a bunch of bullshit, because one, you probably even don't even know what happened in the middle years of Dragon Age. You probably haven't played the game recently, and at the same time, you just said how monotonous and how most things didn't matter and things were kind of mid. Your choices didn't matter. You said all these things, except at one point when you brought up non-binary, then you were just like, oh shit, I'm so glad I'm seen. Nobody gives a fuck about that shit. But for you to say that the previous games from the other years was low, what was it? What were the exact words that you said?
Dragon Age the Veilguard refreshes and reinvigorates a storied series that stumbled through its middle years.
Did it stumble through its middle years? Okay, I'll give you the fact that Dragon Age 2 only gave them 14 to 16 months to make the game. But let's be honest, for those 14 to 16 months to make a Dragon Age 2 game, they actually did very well for that time period. If I would have known at the beginning that they only had that bit of time because of EA, I would have given Dragon Age 2 a high praise. I'm playing the game right now. I feel bad that I racked on it back in the day. If they only had that much time, think of how much time that what they could have done with more time. But you acting like those times were like inferior to what we're seeing right now. I think you're just full of shit. That's what I think. I think you're just full of shit. Because you just came up to me saying all these things that were negative about the game, and then out of nowhere, the non-binary shit came up, and then what happened? You gave it a 9 out of 10.
And leaves no doubt in my mind that it deserves its place in the RPG pantheon.
No doubt. No doubt at all after what he said. No doubt. All that talk about like, I feel 9 out of 10. Let's hurry this shit up.
The next Mass Effect is going to have a very tough act to follow, which is not something I ever imagined I'd be saying before.
Tough act to follow? Nigga, we don't even know if we're going to get another Mass Effect. Hurry up and just say 9 out of 10. Just hurry up. Hurry up. Hurry up. Hurry up. There it is. There it is. There it is. 9 out of 10. Okay. You're full of shit. Let's move on. What you know what? We've already seen the comment section. Let's go to the next one.
This video is brought to you by Brilliant. Pick up a new skill or just learn more about things like science.
Yeah, that's about how badass Dragon Age 2 was. BioWare left big head mode on during development. At least Husks were proportional.
Computer science, and so much more, thanks to Brilliant's
advantage
than this for BioWare. The Dragon Age franchise, one of their most beloved and most successful. No pressure from EA to cram in all sorts of live service bullshit like it was meant to have at one point, but they pivoted away from that years ago. There's no in-game cash shop here. There was obviously plenty of development time and budget. There was the freedom for BioWare to make a BioWare-ass BioWare game without any compromises and without any excuses. In no way, shape, or form did BioWare meet the moment and capitalize on the opportunity that was handed to them.
What?
Dragon Age the Veilguard apes the most superficial elements of a BioWare game, making no effort to modernize what is a now fairly dated formula, while delivering absolutely none of the writing, characterization, and imagination that made its previous games so great. The writing is frankly terminal. It lacks any nuance or wit.
What is happening? What is happening? What is happening? Am I in link with Skill Up right now? Keep going, man. I skipped too far? Nah, fuck that shit. Nah, we're good. Nah, we're good. I do not recommend Dragon Age the Veilguard. Ah, it's fine. We're good.
Or wisdom. It cannot communicate ideas except to say them aloud to the camera. It manufactures petty, unbelievable tension because it doesn't know how to create anything more real, and it's too scared to ever be truly confronting or dark for fear that it might make the audience uncomfortable.
Yes! Absolutely, Skill Up. It feels like they don't want to hurt anybody's feelings. They do not understand what dark fantasy is. Dark fantasy doesn't mean turn off the fucking lights and then put a little goopity goop darkspawn everywhere, put some tentacles everywhere, and then call it a fucking day. That is not dark fantasy. That's a zombie game. Dark fantasy is literally, think of the most fucked up moment in Origins or Dragon Age 2 or Inquisition, and that is your dark fantasy. That's what it is. That's what dark fantasy is. Something where you're just like, I can't believe that fucking shit happened. That's when you know you have dark fantasy. Dark fantasy is when you're just like, you turn back at what just happened and you're just like, wow, this is fucked up. This is fucked up.
Every interaction between the companions feels like HR is in the room, and every interaction led by the main character, Rook, sounds like he's addressing an under-12 soccer team before a
Millennial writing. Thank you, Skill Up. Skill Up, thank you. Millennial writing. Absolutely fucking correct. Absolutely. Thank you.
Final, or teaching toddlers how to properly share
Also, your character looks weird. He looks like Buzz Lightyear. I mean, it's kind of crazy that I'm looking at a white dude in Veilguard, but your character's head is too big. Bro. Anyway, move on.
Boys, the way you build relationships with your companions is so woefully outdated. Drawn out quest lines completely divorced from the main plot, starring disposable villains and recycling the same settings, enemies, and bosses you find elsewhere. The romance system feels equally antiquated, heavily reliant on the "will bang okay" button, even when it doesn't make sense for that to be an option, with no—
Absolutely. I always thought that you just hitting the heart button was just so fucking stupid. These developers came up to you and just said, "We're trying to do something new with the romance." No, you're fucking not. You just hit the heart button and then they like you a little bit more. I wish life was that easy. I wish it was. I remember when I was playing Mass Effect 2 and I was young and stupid, and that one girl, Jack, in Mass Effect 2 was like, "So you want to fuck me, right?" And I was just like, I was a little kid and I was just like, "Yes? Well, then take off your pants." And then we do the do. And then at the end of it, she's just like, "Yeah, you're cut off." And I was just like, what the fuck? What the fuck? You can mess up a relationship? What the fuck? And I was just like, yo, this is kind of cool. And at the same time, I learned a lot.
Supporting systems behind it to make your romance decisions feel believable or consequential. The world design is so weird. I have never encountered worlds quite like this. They feel more like Overwatch maps than actual explorable spaces.
I love you, Skill Up. I love you. The design looks good, but it does feel like an Overwatch map. You are... Holy shit, the multiplayer was fucking right. Holy shit, the multiplayer thing was so fucking right. Oh, God, the multiplayer. Everything is melding together. Oh.
And they're littered with puzzles so mind-numbingly stupid that I wonder how little BioWare must think of our ability to solve puzzles. And the combat is like, man, shallow is too kind a word. The lack of enemy variety, the sponginess of those enemies, how limited your control over party members is, it all makes combat so utterly mindless and so breathtakingly repetitive. Let me put it this way.
You have a ground pound? You have a ground pound as an ability? A fucking ground pound? All right.
I spoke to two other reviewers who both ended up lowering the difficulty to the easiest setting, not because it was hard, but because it was just so drawn out and so boring. I've never done that before for any game that I've reviewed, but I did it at the 40-hour mark here, and I swear to God, I wish I did it 20 hours earlier. I know how...
Oh, you know what? After that IGN thing, I'm only gonna stop the video and talk when I have something to say. We're just gonna chill. Skill Up is saying everything correct. Lowering the difficulty because you're fucking bored. Jesus fucking. Oh, I love this guy. I'm gonna subscribe back to Skill Up. I'm going back.
Brutal all of this sounds, and I want to be super clear that I desperately wanted it to be different. I really did.
Me too, dude. Me too. I wanted the same fucking thing. I wanted the old devs to come in, bring something new, throw that disability, mental illness shit out. If the gay people want to be gay, that's cool. But as long as there's some testosterone in the room, that's cool. Recreate the whole character creation, make people hot again, because I guarantee you, whether or not you're on the left or on the right, you like sexy characters. I don't give a fuck what you say. I don't want to hear like, oh, we're gonna get sexualized. You know who sexualizes themselves the most? The people that cut up their own bodies and then add things to themselves. That's sexualizing. If you wanna complain about sexualizing, go over to OnlyFans and talk to 100K plus bitches on there and complain that they're desensitizing themselves. Go over there and see how good that does for you. Meanwhile, us boys and girls will come over here and play attractive characters, and it'll feel great. But we got this. We got whatever this is.
Aware of the stakes surrounding this game and what it means for BioWare's future, and I was praying so hard that BioWare's next game...
Fucking tourist. Sorry. Let's continue.
It would be a fucking banger, and that the future of the studio would be secure, and that we'd all be looking forward to a Mass Effect game, but I cannot say any of those things, because the honest truth is that barring a few exceedingly rare moments, there wasn't a single aspect of Dragon Age the Veilguard that I actually enjoyed, and there are very few games that I play that I can say that of.
Jesus. Jesus.
I know you're hurt, Nev, but the rest of us need to do something.
That's empowering, Mr. Hardcore Mode. How dare you? Yeah, how dare I? Make companions hot again? Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. I feel so sorry for the trans people because they present themselves as men in wigs. You know what? Chat, random question. Since we're talking about Tash, does anybody find Tash attractive? Yay or nay? Here's another question. Do you find any person that is trans attractive? Yay or nay? Anybody. Just anybody that's trans. Because I'm going to let you know right now, if you stick to a certain formula of your own body, I guarantee you somebody's going to think that you're attractive. But when it comes to people that fucking go, I'm going to go left, I'm going to go right. And then I'm just going to, I'm going to go be a man and then I'm going to go be a woman. I guarantee you the final result ain't going to look good. I saw a fucking 18-year-old girl go from an 18-year-old young girl to a 40-year-old man. And guess who cares? Nobody fucking cares. I thought that shit was sad. She went from a beautiful 18-year-old girl to a fucking 40-year-old man that looks like he's she's related to Boogie 988, whatever the fuck his name is. That's how sad it was. And nobody was around during that part. That is sad. That's why I don't like the whole trans thing, man. It's only for people with true gender dysphoria, and it is very rare. So when people come up and try to do some pandering shit and trying to, I hope kids don't see this shit. Stay away from fucking kids. I want kids to just fucking pick their nose and then play video games. That's it. Anyway. Blair White is, Blair White? I'm watching you, chat. I'm watching you.
Like most BioWare games, Dragon Age the Veilguard begins here in character creation. It is flexible in the sense that it has plenty of options and sliders, but it's all limited by one central constraint, and that's the game's very stylized aesthetic. Characters do not look like real people. They look like Pixar or DreamWorks characters.
Yep, say it.
You think I'm exaggerating? This is Prince Charming from Shrek. Are you going to tell me this man wouldn't slot right into the Veilguard aesthetic? Man, you could drop him in right now as a companion character and no one would bat an eyelid.
Yo. Skill up. Respect. Respect, man.
It's obviously a choice that BioWare made. You don't accidentally end up with characters that look like this. On one hand, I respect it because they really swung for something different here. Absolutely. On the other hand, I really dislike how these characters look. I just don't like.
I do too. Matt, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated.
And I think it's a massive downgrade versus what this series has previously offered. Like, this is the new Morrigan, for example. If you've never played Dragon Age before,
look what they did with our Morgan. Look what they did to our girl. Look what they did to our girl. This is what they did. There's this. And then there's this. Look what they did. Look what they took from you. Look and behold what they took from you. That's what they took. They could have made her look a little bit more like Yennefer, but more of a witch look, but they didn't. Have you seen Flemeth in Dragon Age 2? Would you rather bang this Morrigan or Flemeth from Dragon Age 2? You only get one choice. F in chat for Flemeth, M for Morrigan from Veilguard.
Then this might not mean anything to you, but if you have played it...
Somebody mentioned the long neck, and now I can't get that long neck out of my head. You won. You fucking won.
Then this rendition is gonna look pretty weird. There are other returning characters making cameos in this game. Stuff BioWare has asked us not to spoil, so I can't show it to you, but putting the new models side by side with the old models, it's pretty crazy to see how much worse they look here in Veilguard. Nothing compares, though, to what they did to the Kunari.
Yep.
Like, holy hell, I have no idea what they were thinking. This is how they used to look in the Inquisition, like truly badass and intimidating.
Yep.
And this is how they look in Veilguard. I mean, how on earth could BioWare have landed on these designs and thought, yep, that's it, ship it? The Kunari redesign looks comically bad.
Who the fuck are you, lady? Who the fuck are you? You ever see someone so ugly and you just walk up to them and you're like, how could you do this to my eyes? I'm just kidding. But you do it, though. But you do it quietly.
And it's also kind of lazy because now instead of looking like a truly distinct race with a different facial structure, the Kunari now just look like humans with horns.
It's her fucking mom.
Really sucks. These character designs are distracting and they weaken the game's ability to deliver emotional moments. I don't think your characters need to look realistic for you to have a strong connection to them. There are millions of games that disprove that point. But this uncanny valley thing, this half human, half cartoon thing, it catches on the eye the same way an off note catches on the ear. It's hard not to be distracted by just how odd everyone looks and catches on the ear.
Why is it that there's an option to say oof? Why is there an option to say oof in this game? Who did the writing? Everybody needs to be fired in BioWare. Every single one of them. Every single person that has done writing. Oof. Oof. You want to know how you're good at writing? You don't add stupid shit like this. Nostrix, thank you for the follow. Facepalm.
It's hard not to be distracted by just how odd everyone looks. And in the more tense, emotional scenes, I found that their fake plastic faces made it harder for me to buy into whatever emotional distress they were selling. This is further compounded by BioWare's approach to facial animation,
JC,
which
thank you
is
for the follow.
Extremely outdated in 2024, especially for a game where you spend so much time looking at characters' faces. Like, take this example when my character is angrily trying to convince the Grey Wardens to act.
We don't have time to play Who's the Greyest Warden. You need to...
Get me out. Get me out. Let me show it again, just in case people... I'm sorry. Let me show you what he just said again. Some of you are probably confused at what the level of writing. This is the kind of stuff that makes you change the channel, chat. This is the kind of stuff that makes you change the channel. When you change the channel, what are the two things you're looking for? You're looking for something that looks appealing and it has good, like, voice acting or writing. So when you change the channel and you see something interesting, it piques your interest. You want to see what they're talking about, what's going on, and then you stay on that channel. This kind of shit makes people want to return the fucking game. This kind of lame is something that will get you laughed at. Say it again.
Characters' faces. Like, take this example when my character is angrily trying to convince the Grey Wardens
Lip syncing
to
is
act.
bad.
We don't have time to play who's the greyest warden. You need to shut up and listen. The threat is real. The gods are coming, and they're bringing the blight with them.
Or this clip when Rook is dressing down the team after a setback.
Last I checked, there are 2 gods out there. They've got plans, and we're falling behind. And if it wasn't clear enough after Demeter's crossing, it's clear now.
Lip syncing is fucking horrible.
They'll rain disease and death across Thedas unless we stop them.
In both instances, you really can't see the emotion that the voice actor is delivering. Compare those to this outburst from Cassandra 9 years ago in Dragon Age Inquisition.
Then we looked for Hawk, but he was gone too. We thought it all connected, but no. It was just you. You kept him from us.
Now look, for my money, Cassandra's face here looks angry and expressive. I'm not only hearing her rage, but I am seeing it too. And Veilguard never manages to make these two things line up. Setting aside the more contemporary comparisons you could make to stuff like Baldur's Gate 3 or Cyberpunk or Guardians of the Galaxy, BioWare was doing faces and facial animations better nearly a decade ago, and that sadly is commentary that could be extended to almost every aspect of Dragon Age the Veilguard. The one exception to this, I think, is the visual design of environments, which are...
I want to go back to his facial expression thing. Let me show you a perfect example of a good facial expression. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Let me show you.
Suggest you try to keep Mr. Wells conscious.
It's gonna be all right. You'll see Misty, your mom, everyone you love. Jackie, don't close your eyes.
Misty, I know. She always knew. Biochip. Hold on to it. For me.
Yeah. Way better. Way better. Way better. Way better.
Regularly stunning. I don't like how these spaces are laid out or what you do in them, but they do look really nice. There's a range of settings from cityscapes to forests to darkened swamps to old hollowed out Grey Warden fortresses, and they all look great in their own way. They each feel visually cohesive with unique architectural styles and color palettes that create a very strong sense of space and place. As I said, I never enjoyed being in these environments, but I did enjoy looking at them. I will also say that Veilguard runs extraordinarily well on a high-end PC, which doesn't always happen all the time, by the way, right? I played this at 4K ultra settings, ray tracing enabled,
right?
And even without DLSS frame generation, I was still able to hit over 100 frames per second very easily. With lower settings, with lower resolutions, with ray tracing off, and with frame generation as an option, I think there's a huge amount of headroom for this game to run really well on lower end PCs.
Okay.
But I haven't personally tested that, and I also couldn't test console performance.
Okay.
I also do note that this game is on Steam day one instead of just being on the EA launcher, which is fantastic. It's also Steam Deck verified, which is great. Most impressive of all, it's DRM free, which is a boon for not only performance, but also for game preservation. I really applaud EA for making these moves, and hopefully it's something that they'll continue to do in their future releases.
They're not. This was just a one-time thing.
When it comes to visuals and performance, Dragon Age the Veilguard is yet another reminder of how much more important art direction is over technical wizardry. Yes, the environments look really nice and the game runs well, but the main deliverable of a BioWare experience is a compelling saga starring a cast of characters who feel believable. The weird, stylized...
Oh, yeah. Let's get to the companions, baby. Let's go.
Waxy way these characters look is off-putting, and when combined with how stiff and unresponsive their faces are, Veilguard has immediately hamstrung itself in its ability to deliver on the promise of a BioWare game, a promise that is then thoroughly broken when we start looking at the writing underpinning all of this.
I wield the power of the light. People are dying right now. You need to listen. It might cost Misty life. And you did anything to tell me? Bring that first one down!
Okay, so we're going to talk about the writing of this game now, and in so doing, I'm going to spoil some minor things. No...
Oh my god, I know what this feels like. The old school linear PlayStation 2 games with bad writing, with a butchered IP. Yeah, it is. Yeah, the heads are really... I can't stop looking at the heads.
Major events or reveals, but some little stuff.
Do we really care about spoilers, or are we just gonna keep on going, chat? What are we doing? What are we doing? We skipping or are we going? I hear one, keep it going. Don't care. All right, let's go.
So if you're sensitive to that, then you can skip.
Skip? I got one skip. I got 3 I don't give a fuck and 1 skip. Full steam ahead. Keep going. I don't give a fuck. It's very minor. Go, go, go. Helia, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Up to you. Okay. Hulk, we'll see you in like a couple of minutes.
Ahead to the timestamp on screen. I'll give you a minute to do that now. Okay, here we go. Dragon Age games have, generally speaking, been pretty dark. I mean, the first game opens with a ritual where you drink demon blood to join a sacred order. And one of the other guys doesn't survive that ritual. He just kind of dies right there on the spot. And
like
then
a
another
man.
guy freaks out and he's like, no, no, please don't make me do that. And then Duncan, who's conducting the ritual, knows that there's no way to back out of this ceremony. So he murders that dude in cold blood before whispering in his ear, I am sorry. Now, if that moment is like an 8 out of 10 in terms of how dark you might expect your fantasy to be, Dragon Age the Veilguard never gets above like a 2 or a 3 out of 10. It was genuinely shocking to me to see just how
sorry, I was listening to the chat. I apologize.
Dragon Age the Veilguard never gets above like a 2 or a 3 out of 10. It was genuinely shocking to me to see just how safe and cheery and bright and G-rated this whole thing was. Like, genuinely shocked, because there are precisely 0 moments where something happens that made me go, oh shit, all right, now we're talking. I used the...
What did I fucking say? What did I fucking say? Just because you put tentacles everywhere, this is why... Am I gonna be a misogynist? Sure. I don't have any friends. Listen. The only people I'm going to put in the writing area are people that are willing to make something that is compelling and dark and witty and something to make people, you know, have a sort of a psychological thinking point, kind of like with Cyberpunk 2077 or other types of... I think there's this RPG game that's kind of like it's like an RPG that's like fucked up or something like that. I want to play it. It's like a 2D game where it's like something Hunger or something like that. Something where it's just like, oh man, we can talk about this sort of fucked up thing or this sort of fucked up thing. And I'm just like, yeah, touch on that. And then they just go off and go the other direction. And you're just like, what am I watching this show for? What am I watching this show for? Why did... You want to know why I watched all of Dexter? It's because this random motherfucker in Miami was killing motherfuckers. If he stopped killing motherfuckers, do you think I'm gonna just... You think I'm just gonna keep watching? Is that what... You think I'm just gonna... He's supposed to be a serial killer that kills serial killers. if he just goes off and goes, you know what? I want to be a father, 2 kids. I'm done with that whole lifestyle. And then they just kept the story going, and this guy just becomes a regular dude. They did that for a while, and then it was like playing, you know, there was like a psychological thing with it, and that's kind of interesting. But for you to completely avoid any sort of big impactful moments, it comes off as you being soft. This is why I can't stand it when I saw the BioWare team. They're all females and they all like cats. I like cats too, but I'm a dog person. So it has nothing to do with anything. All I'm saying is whoever's been doing the writing, throw them all out. Give me some men that have been through some shit. Bring me some people, whether or not they're men or women, whatever. Bring me some people that are actually going to be thought-provoking. Why is it that we always have to go to Japan or Korea or China and then find that one motherfucker that's just like, I got a little comic book for you, and it's fucking Junji Ito. Fucking making, it's a nice dude, but it's called Junji Ito, and he makes fucked up like manga, like horror shit, fucked up shit, and you're just like, man, this is crazy, this is cool, man. You remember the anime Gantz? Gantz was fucked up, but it was awesome. Anybody remember Berserk? Berserk was fucked up, but everybody loved Berserk. But if you just go off and just make something that has already established itself as something dark and gritty and turn it into fucking wine mom bullshit because of a bunch of fat blue-haired bitches decided, you know what? All that stuff is kind of mean. I don't want to be mean. Let's go fight the Blight. And I'm just like, bitch. Hagatha, Margaret, Rachel, whatever the fuck your name is, can you please leave? I need to make a better story. Okay, I don't want to talk about petting Hassan. I don't want to talk about the feelings of Tosh and what she feels like. I want blood. I want my companions to die. I want difficulty in my game. I want my brain to go, oh shit, that's so thought-provoking. But no. Soft.
Word banality in my intro, and one of the biggest reasons this game feels so banal is because when you eventually realize that nothing bad is ever gonna happen.
Patrick Weeks? Let me see. Hold on. Isn't he the one that got fired? Yes, chat. Yes, Patrick Weeks.
Happen, you stop hoping for something interesting or surprising to happen. You just surrender yourself to the endless stream of predictable, inoffensive fantasy tropes. In place of more serious, more dark events and characters is the embrace of a more playful, silly tone. It's about keeping it light, like Balara here talking about the fact that 2 elven gods are now out to destroy the world.
Oh, you know, just finding out that 3 of my gods are out there trying to end the world. Why wouldn't I be okay?
Emmerich is a necromancer, and I know that sounds a little scary, raising the dead and commanding them as your minions, but don't worry.
Say it, Skill Up. Say it. Say it, Skill Up. Be in tune with me, Skill Up. Say it. Say it, Skill Up.
BioWare is not going to let you get freaked out by all that scary death stuff. Emmerich happens to be a lovely old gentleman. He is dapper, he is proper, he delights in pleasantries, and he has a servant, a lovable skeleton named Manfred, who happily dotes on Emmerich and screeches with glee whenever he's mentioned.
Don't ever shake your bony ass in front of me again, okay? I like petite women, but not this petite, okay? What did I say? What did I say? Oh my God, I told you. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. All right. You get only one type of necromancer. Okay. Here's the necromancer.
Whenever he's mentioned. A lovely old...
You get this necromancer or ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, especially the ladies, I'm going to let you know right now, you had either this, actually ladies that are in chat, or men, whoever are into men, whatever. You want this necromancer, or do you want this one? That one. Which one you want? You can only have one. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Everybody, nobody cares about that nice shit. We just care if they're hot. We just care. I'm just saying. It's so simple. You want to know the funny thing is? Ladies like bad boys. It is what it is. So give ladies the bad boys. And then the ladies will act like, I don't like him because he's evil or anything. Duh. And then they give you that little fake bullshit where they're just like, it's not because he's evil. And I'm like, bitch, it's because he's hot and evil. And then they look at you like, well, yeah. Yeah. And I'm like, they always do that shit. They always do that shit. They're like, I don't like him because he's evil. You like him because he's evil and hot? Yeah. And I'm just like, or do you want the nice little grandpa dude?
Gentleman. He is dapper. He is proper.
I want him to fuck me so hard that he's going to turn me into his little skeleton buddies. And I'm like, bitch, what the fuck? You crazy. You crazy, girl. God damn. He's going to turn you into one of his skeletons. I don't care. I don't care.
He delights in pleasant...
You love Colin? That's fair. It's fair. Colin's a straight up cool dude.
Trees, and he has a servant, a lovable skeleton named Manfred, who happily dotes on Emmerich and screeches with glee whenever he's mentioned. He's not the only companion with a pet though. Davram also has a baby griffin named Asan, and he can be a little rowdy sometimes, like here when Manfred and Asan are squabbling over something.
Okay, that's enough. Quiet now.
Fight. Fight.
Fine. Who wants a treat?
Now look, I know that you could go back to previous Dragon Age games and pull the same clips that show the same lighthearted silliness. Lighthearted fun and humor has always been a part of every great BioWare game. But what I'm trying to communicate here is that there's a lot more of these moments in Veilguard, but more importantly, there's a complete absence of anything dark to counterbalance them.
Thank you.
As such, the overall tone of this game is silly and juvenile. Its unwillingness to confront darker themes also extends to a total unwillingness to create any meaningful conflict between companions. Conflict between companions is a really important part of these sorts of cinematic RPGs.
Exactly.
It not only creates narrative tension, but also...
Narrative tension, wait. Man, he's saying things that I already am saying in my head.
Also forces important gameplay decisions, like who do you side with in a real moment of truth situation, right? Dragon Age the Veilguard has none of that. Zero. Companions never have prolonged substantive disagreements about anything.
Yes, skill up. Let the hate fuel you. Yes. Let your honesty fuel you. Yes. Continue. Yes, keep going. Be honest.
They just get along. almost all the time. And when they do express some sort of disagreement about something, it is so lukewarm and then resolved so quickly that the whole thing feels entirely cosmetic. Like during a mission, Lucanus makes a mistake and Davram calls him out on it very briefly. And I was like, oh, okay, maybe this is the start of the first inter-team conflict. Nope. Like an hour later, the very next conversation that we all have together is this.
You two done fighting then? I can't have you at each other's throats.
Lucanus is still an assassin. Kills people for money.
And Davran's still self-righteous. Judgmental, too. Typical warden. Ah, no offense.
If we let that get in the way of stopping the gods...
We won't. We cannot.
They were never at each other's throats, by the way. They literally had one perfectly civil conversation.
That would. What did I fucking say, chat? What did I say in the last two episodes of Hard Rant? What did I say? That the Grey Wardens and the fucking assassins were gonna have a fucking little powwow together. A little fucking. I don't know why I did the scissor thing. I was thinking about pussy for 2 seconds. What if they had a little? The Grey Wardens and the fucking Antivan Crows were literally about to have a powwow, and I'll be like, yo, I want to see them fight each other. That'd be fucking cool or some shit. And then they just like, oh, we're good boys. Yeah, we're good boys now. And I'm like, oh man, bro, there is no testosterone in this game. How do you expect me to get hard over this game? Everybody gets hard over a game. Ladies get wet over certain games. Men and ladies and gentlemen are gonna get super, super wet when Monster Hunter Wilds comes out. But this game, it's gonna make everybody fucking dry. It's gonna make everybody fucking dry.
Where no one even raised their voice.
You miss badly Morgan versus Alistair? Yes, absolutely true. Yes, absolutely true. And also, if you don't romance Morgan, like Morgan gets straight into Alistair's pants, like automatically. They're like fighting each other, and I'm like, bro, didn't you both bang?
And now they've, patched it up. However, BioWare clearly want to create some semblance of conflict between team members, so they instead focus...
I get hard for testosterone. I get hard over dopamine, like the dopamine effect. The best dopamine effect for me was Witcher 3 Cyberpunk 2077, which will probably change when their next game comes out. Which game? Monster Hunter. What also gets me hard? Mecha Break. What else gets me going? The CRPGs, especially Rogue Trader. Rogue Trader's been getting me going. Metro really gets me going. You're out there trying to survive and shit. And it's just like, yes, awesome, cool. And then these developers come in wearing the skin of BioWare, and they're just like, everybody, hug. We need to understand each other. And I'm just like, I don't want to understand anybody. I want to kill and I want to fuck. And that's why I romanced fucking Lae'zel. That's why I romanced Lae'zel. Lae'zel was like that's why I romanced Lae'zel. Lae'zel was like, I'm gonna fucking kill you. And I'm just like, I'm into you too.
On petty squabbles. Like here, Emmerich wants to bring too many books to a camping trip that Harding is planning, and Harding is upset about that. Just watch the clip.
Harding, does it really matter if Emmerich brings 8 books?
9, actually.
And Emmerich? So what if Harding is fine sleeping on dirt?
Not all the time.
This is the sort of conflict that Veilguard is constantly generating between team members, just arguing about utter nonsense. And did you see how Rook needed to sort it out at the end? He talks to them like they're...
Geralt's hot for the Levies. So, well, that's going to get clipped. All right.
Children. Like, here's another example of him sorting out a disagreement between Tash and Emmerich when they're arguing about the fact that Tash doesn't like necromancy.
You two could still learn things.
Tash doesn't like necromancy? A lot of people don't like necromancy if they're in that world. What the fuck are you talking about, Emmerich? You're fucking 50 years old. Quit being a fucking baby. I don't like necromancy because you raise the dead. Hell, you might raise the people that, like, that are my friends or my family that have long passed away. And then your character's just like, get along, you know, necromancy is good for the good for the bones. Good necromancy is good for the bones. And I'm like, nigga, a lot of people don't like necromancy.
Together you'd never find out alone. Emmerich, you clearly find talking about dragons boring.
What? How? Who doesn't like dragons?
Aren't you curious why Tash likes them as much as you like necromancy?
The question crossed my mind.
And maybe Emmerich could help demystify magic, Tash.
See what I mean? That is not how you speak to adults. That is how you speak to a toddler when you are teaching them to...
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That is exactly what I was about to say. That's how you talk to... Bro, if I started talking like this around a woman that I'm interested in, she would call me her best friend for the rest of her goddamn life. I am, bro, there's only so much nice that I can take, okay? And there's only so much nice that I'm going to do, okay? All right? Also, what's up with the design for his blazer? Why is it that his shoulder blades are exposed for his blade? Whatever.
To share their Optimus Prime toy with their little brother. It speaks to a broader problem, that being a lack of subtlety and wisdom in the writing. This game cannot surface any ideas without just saying them aloud, which leads to this endless stream of exposition-laden personal introspection monologues, like when Harding tells us that she's a bit of a people pleaser.
She hates it.
No, I don't hate it. It's really nice. Temperature.
Harding is the BioWare team. Harding's the BioWare team. We figured it out. Harding is the people pleaser. Harding is the dev team. It doesn't matter whether or not you're a woman in the team or a man. You're all voting for Harris. That is what the writing we got. No, nothing strange, nothing menacing, nothing philosophical, just hush, little baby, don't say a word. And I'm like, I'm a grown-ass man, bitch. Back the fuck up.
I won't be upset if you don't like coffee.
He really wouldn't.
I know, but, sorry. It's just this thing I do sometimes.
Acting so people will like you?
Hey, BioWare, don't talk about yourself that way. Don't talk about yourself that way, okay? Calm down, BioWare. You don't got to do that. You can be yourself. You can be yourself. You don't do that. You heard Lucanus? You don't have to do that, all right? You can be an asshole. As a matter of fact, you could do it right here, right now. I'll enjoy it. As a matter of fact, BioWare, I'll give you one N-word card. Just please cut the softness with a piece with a butter knife. Please. I'll let you say the N-word at least once. Please. Just everything is so nice and everybody wants to give me a hug. Just break that shit and just be like, yo, why don't you work the cotton fields? And then I'm gonna be like, thank God. Thank God. Oh, some racism. Oh, that feels so good. Oh man. I hugged all of my companions and I petted Hassan the bird like 15 times. And then I went and got some books with Emmerich. And then I went to Tosh and we talked about her non-binary, her transgenderism. Listen, we need bring back bullying, please. Bring it back. Bring it back. We went too far back.
Sounds terrible when you say it like that.
Can I get the N-word pass? Get the fuck out of here, Val.
No, I don't need to do it. I just do.
Or here, when Nev opens up about the fact that she really just wants to prove that she can be relied on.
You can't count on a lot here. When I started, I wasn't going to save MRHATTYPLAYS, never mind Thedas. But if I could take a job and follow through, well, maybe people could count on me.
These clips alone aren't enough to convince you of what I'm saying, but I promise you that every emotional exchange has this sort of stuff in it. Rather than letting these sorts of character traits or insecurities surface through action or through the intuition of others, these characters just blurt them out all the time. There's nothing to read into or imagine about these characters because they simply tell you everything about themselves with this point-blank dialogue. And the way this dialogue is delivered makes this all the more painful because BioWare can't surface any of it in the main quest line. All of it happens in chats at the home base or during companion.
Yeah, that's what I was noticing. Like, none of it's in the main mission. It's always just like, yo, we need to handle the blight. Okay, but can I talk to you in my room for a second? Haruk? Okay, cool. All right, so what did you need? I know we're dealing with the blight. Yeah, but I'm just wondering, how would you feel if I cut my tits off? What, bitch? I know, but I've been feeling a certain way, and I think the time is now. You want to be trans? Okay, but I'm putting you in the fucking front lines. What? Yeah, you heard me. You're going in the front lines. So cut your tits off. Go in the front lines, okay? Nah, I'm not. This is not up for debate. No, we're not. I thought I was coming to you for something important. And then you just wanted to talk about your fifis. I don't want to talk about the Skittle crew. I don't want to be pandered to. I don't care about you going with your. No, just go to the front lines. But I'm a mage. Exactly. Go up in the front lines, bitch. Your body, your choice. That means I bought this fucking game, so it's my choice to tell you to go in the fucking front lines.
Missions. And this is where we start crossing over into criticisms of the game's structure, but Dragon Age the Veilguard feels extremely outdated because of its inability to unify.
Yo, hardcore mode, trust me on this late watch FLEEKAZOID latest video about Veilguard. I'll look at it.
Its companion stories with the main story. This is sort of how old BioWare games were. You would pursue companion storylines that were quite separate from the main storyline, but we've come a long way since then, and multiple games, most notably...
My girl! That's my woman right there, yo, them green cheeks. Yo, I remember those green cheeks, man. I was clapping the shit out of that shit. I thought I was fucking a frog. No, I was fucking a Githyanki, bro. I was like, god dang.
Baldur's Gate 3 have shown us that you can walk and chew bubblegum at the same time. You can deepen your connection to your companions both in and out of the main questline. Companion questlines are more deeply interwoven into that main questline. It doesn't feel like you're making these hard switches from save the world mode to go and pick flowers with your buddy mode. There certainly is some of that in those other games, don't get me wrong, but the overall calibration and pacing of it feels more integrated and more seamless. Not so here in Veilguard. When you're doing the main quest line, there are precious few moments when you also happen to be progressing a companion storyline. That all happens in companion quests, which are each their own totally disconnected storyline, starring their own generic...
No, you're not buying flowers, are you? You're not shopping with Lucanus and you're buying flowers, bro. Coffee with the crows? Coffee with the crows. A bunch of thieves and murderers and people that kidnap fucking orphans. Oh my god. Oh my gosh. A bunch of people that kidnap children and, you know, stuff the children. That's great. But we're having coffee with the crows though. That's so good. We're having coffee with an assassin that does fucked up shit. It's so good. But it's okay. He's a nice dude. He's a nice dude. He's hope. But God, man, maybe video games was a bad idea. Good for fucking Christ. These motherfuckers just came into my fucking shit and fucking took it over. There's the fucking door. Get the fuck out. This is not where you belong. Just get the fuck out.
Villain of the day style antagonist, and these quests are all meted out to you at the same time, meaning that you complete a major milestone in the main quest line and that immediately unlocks like 6 or 7 companion missions. And if you're gonna stay on...
What did I say? Yo, I was fucking right. Yo, I was fucking right. I told you. You reach a milestone with the fucking main mission and all of your companions want to talk about some shit. And that's how they level. I was fucking right. You do not have to play a game to know what the game is. These motherfuckers that come up to you and they're just like, how would you know? You haven't played the game yet. And I'm like, nigga, I got enough brain cells to understand what the fuck is going on. I'm 37 years old. I played enough video games to understand what the fuck they're talking about. These developers are up here talking about like, we're doing something new. No, you're not. You're doing the same thing as Dragon Age previous games, but worse. Well, why are you acting like you're doing something innovative? Okay? You're not doing anything innovative. Stop saying everybody is trying to be Todd Howard. That's what I'm trying to say. Everybody's trying to be Todd Howard. I said it. Everybody's trying to be Todd Howard. The way they talk. All the developers are trying to be Todd Howard. 16 times the bullshit. They always talk about like, we're doing something different. No, you're not, bitch. No, you're not. You're not doing anything new. We'll see it. We don't see it though. You ain't doing anything fucking new. It just works. Right.
On top of them, you're just doing them one after the other. The main storyline is completely on hold in that moment. This is at its worst at the end of the game, where there's a literal 10-hour stretch where all you are doing is companion quests because it's your last chance to do them. And the game doesn't let you finish these storylines any earlier, so you're just doing them one after the other. And look, I know that's very common for these sorts of games, and if these storylines were good, I probably wouldn't mind all that much, but they are not good. They are boring and they are badly written, and they see you exploring all of the same locations you've already been to, fighting enemies and bosses you've already fought dozens of times before. It's a major shortcoming of this game. There is absolutely zero variety in mission design. It's all either walking behind your companion while they talk or killing enemies. There's no like necromancy mission that sees you commanding an army of skeletons. No stealth mission with Lucanus to sneakily assassinate a target.
Exactly.
You don't ever officiate over a joining ceremony with Davram and have to choose whether or not to execute a recruit who tries to flee.
That would have been so fucking cool. I would have been like, what up, nigga? Who's the next person we're killing? We got 3 people that want to leave the Grey Wardens. All right, buddy, grab the knife. We're gonna kill some Grey Wardens that don't wanna be Grey Wardens. Get your knife. Come on, Hassan. He's like, why are you so happy? It's because the only thing that's fun in this game. Oh my god, that would have been so cool. It's like, I need your help. I need to kill some people that tried to run away. And I'm just like, yeah! I love me some good, tasty little deserters. I love me some deserters. Get the knife, Davrin. I don't think I want to do it. Davrin, you're gonna fucking kill that nigga. You're gonna kill that. Grab the fucking knife, Davrin. We're killing those deserters. Why are you so mean? And it's like, because through this whole fucking game, Davrin, I've been having tea with Emmerich. I've been telling Harding how good she is all day. I've been letting Tash know what her fucking pronoun bullshit is, and then Lucatus wants to get in my ass. I want it. So grab your fucking knife, grab the bird. We're having chicken tonight. What? I mean, we're killing the one guy. My bad. No chicken. Not tonight. And then you just look at the bird.
It's just lighting candles while someone talks or fighting, and 80% of the time it's just fighting. So all of this was a point about writing and how the structure of the game puts the main storyline on hold for huge stretches because the companion quest lines are not integrated into the main quest line, and that feels really outdated and results in some really poor pacing. And that's an example of the writing being hamstrung by the game's structure, but it also cuts a different way, which is that the structure often dictates the writing. There's multiple moments throughout the main campaign where the writing is saying aloud, You are playing a BioWare game. Time to do some BioWare things. Like in this exchange when the team has just suffered a major setback and they're discussing why they weren't successful. Here's what they came up with.
I think we've all been distracted.
I've been preoccupied myself after discovering that hand of glory.
And I can't stop worrying about my new magic and what it means.
The Nodus are fallen, what it means for my people.
Until those problems are resolved, we will not be prepared to face the gods.
It's like...
No fucking way. No fucking way. No fucking way. No way this motherfucker just came up to me and I was just like, yo, we need to fight this blight right now. I would stop the blight, but I have books to return. And me, Harding, I wish to learn magic. And me, the elven Asian bitch, I need to understand my people. Other than that, I cannot do the main mission. And I'm just like, I'm looking at all these bitches at my table, at my fucking table, and I bought this $60 or $70 fucking video game, and these niggas all on the table are just like, I can't do the main mission with you. I have things that I must do. If you wish to come with me and help me finish this quest, we will join you in the main mission. And I'm just looking at all of them at the table, and I just think to myself, solo mode, baby. And I take the bird with me. I take the bird. You know what? Solo mode. Solo mode. I don't need any of you niggas. Peace out. Also, Varric is still alive. He's right over there. Varric's still alive.
Bro, they are literally just listing side quests at this point and being like, if we don't solve these problems, we're not going to be at our A game. Like, does that really need to be said?
I love Skill Up. The Wine Fest, yep. Foz, thank you for the follow. Malray, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it.
It aloud, but it's something that they say again later on in a separate meeting.
Our arguments are personal problems. It's as Emmerich says. They hold us back.
We won't stop the gods while other worries weigh us down.
I'm pleased my words provided clarity on how we all felt.
Like, come on, for real, what is this? We already know we are playing a BioWare game. We don't need to be told to do companion quests. Like, how did this make it into the script? I really wish I could tell you that the main plot delivered where all this companion stuff fails, but it absolutely does not. This game
can't save the world. I have overdue library books to return, and it's leaving me all conflicted inside.
It used to be called Dragon Age Dreadwolf, and it was called that because the antagonist...
You take care, Foxy. Have a good day.
...was Solus, an elven god who you fought alongside during Dragon Age Inquisition. And what a brilliant idea for an antagonist, someone who you know intimately if you'd played the previous game. Solus as a character is also fantastic. He is deep and complex and nuanced, and as a villain, he is a rich well from which a writer could draw. Now, Solus is an antagonist in this game, absolutely, but he plays a distant second fiddle to two other antagonists, a pair of totally generic, one-dimensional, unknowable, and uninteresting elven gods. They're just straight up mustache-twirling evil. There is nothing to them at all, and the main storyline is just about, like, chasing leads to find them and, you know, stopping them from crafting some MacGuffin, honestly. Now, Solus still does have a part in this game, which I won't spoil, and interactions with him are a high point, but he plays a far less central role than he could have played.
He does.
It's such a wasted opportunity to see him sidelined in favor of two villains who could not be less interesting or more generic.
I need to help you, Rook, but I need a haircut, my guy.
Silly and childish. It lacks any real tension. Dialogue feels inauthentic. More complex themes and character motivations are clumsily surfaced. The stories it wishes to tell are undermined by the game's outdated structure, and the overt references to the game's structure in the writing.
By the way, chat, show some love down in the YouTube chat. Foxy has ankle trouble. I know how it is. Take care of yourself, man.
Sound ridiculous. The main storyline is a huge disappointment owing to a lack of interesting missions and worthwhile antagonists. It's just a top to bottom disappointment. BioWare games live and die by their writing, and Dragon Age the Veilguard absolutely dies by it. And we have not yet even covered how little actual choice this game affords you, and that is equally disappointing.
Yep.
Careful of him. I want to talk to him.
You and me, Rook. chase trouble.
I'm here because you didn't listen.
Whatever's out there, we'll face it together. I promise. Together.
The promise of a BioWare game has always been a story that you can tangibly shape. BioWare has had mixed levels of success with this goal over the years, but it's remained a guiding star for them and for all the games in this genre that sought to copy the template that BioWare...
Question, guys. How do you feel about never having the approval sign up here and just looking at the character or hearing the character and finding out whether or not they approve or disapprove? How do you feel about that? I think that's really immersive instead of seeing this bullshit to get some sort of sign. But being immersed in the conversation with them is just a lot. It brings in the more of the immersion. Like when you had a romance with Pan Am and you couldn't tell whether or not you were getting in her pants or not. And then there was that one moment where you tried to get in for a kiss and then she was like, no, thanks, Rook. And I was just like, and then out of nowhere she kisses you and you're just like, oh, okay, cool. It's a story of my life. Does anybody got the Book of Women? Nobody does. Not even the women.
Down with this cinematic style narrative-led RPG. Dragon Age: The Veilguard marks a low point in BioWare's pursuit of this goal, so much so that I really wonder if this is what they were intending all along, or if maybe like they had other ambitions but they ran out of time and they just couldn't make them happen. I just refuse to believe that what we got here in Veilguard could have been BioWare's actual intention from the start. Fundamentally, the promise of choice exists at both the macro and micro level. In the past, BioWare games have not only let you select your hairstyle, but also through dialogue options, shape your personality. Are you a nice guy, a jester, an asshole, or does your mood change depending on who you're speaking to? Do you make cold, calculated calls that prioritize the mission, or are you more empathetic, putting the needs of your team first? How people and the world at large react to those decisions shapes your journey. Maybe a member of the team really hates your guts and has no time for your bullshit. Maybe another loves you so much that they swoon when you so much as glance their way. Maybe a certain faction declares you a blood enemy for making a decision that disadvantages them, while another will have your back no matter what because you were there for them when it counted. Almost everything that I've described here is either absent in Veilguard or it's so surface level that the decisions feel entirely cosmetic. The biggest gap for me personally is the inability to truly shape a Rook, a main character that reflects who I want to be.
Yes, and that's the biggest thing. The biggest thing. You cannot shape yourself. They talk about inclusivity, inclusion, and being the Rook that you want to be. It's complete and utter bullshit. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about. The only inclusion that they're talking about is Skittle shit. The fucking Skittle crew bullshit. That's the only inclusion that they're talking about. They're talking about like, yo, let's bring in the blacks and the Asians. That's what they think that they're doing. It feels, it's virtue signaling, first of all. And secondly, they feel, I'm looking at this game and hearing him, and it seems to me like BioWare think that they're either smart or good people. When in actuality, they're neither of the fucking two. You can't make a good like story. You can't make a good looking characters, and you can't get a life and figure out that these characters, the way they're acting in this game, don't make fucking realistic sense. Come the fuck on. This game is made by introverts that don't understand people. Said it. I said it. You want to know the funny thing is? Introverts think that they're hot shit, but all the stuff that they like are made by extroverts. I said it. It's like, oh man, this stuff is cool. Man, I like how immersive and real this is. Guess who was made by? Extroverts. People that understand people that understand wars, philosophical shit, people that get out, have families, have kids, people that have live out in the functioning society. Those really good games are made by people. There's probably introverts in there, but mostly extroverts. People that like understand people. That's how you understand like a really good story. People with life experience. Perfect.
I always choose the bad guy personality type in BioWare games because generally speaking, renegades have more fun.
Say goodnight, Manuel.
The darkness is coming. The end is near. You can't...
There is no bad guy option here in Veilguard. There's only nice guy, there's nice guy who's a little bit more jokey, and nice guy who's like ever so slightly more stern. That's literally it. Those are your only 3 options. Sometimes there's an additional option that's meant to be like the angry option, but what the game does, and this drove me fucking nuts, is it takes the edge off the dialogue option you've selected to make it something more friendly. Like this clip when some asshole bureaucrat barges into the conversation making demands, and I want to say, who is this fool? Because that would be an antagonistic thing to say that might result in some conflict. Instead, here's what Rook actually ends up saying.
Who is this?
This is Governor Evenchi. They have concerns.
Or this example, when I'm trying to get the head of the Grey Wardens to listen to me, and I just reach my wit's end.
Are you kidding me?
I assure you, I am dead.
They did it again. They did it again. They did it again. They just can't stop this shit. I mean, I'm sorry. I apologize. The BioWare team is gone. So this new team think that they're hot shit when in actuality they are a shell of what the company used to be. How could you? I knew the writing was bad, but then you're gonna lie to the players now? I mean, I'm not shocked, but you're gonna lie to the fucking players now? That's what you're doing? Because this shit was so fucking annoying in Mass Effect. It happened in Dragon Age 2, but this happened mostly in Mass Effect, where you would say like, hey, how you doing? And then out of nowhere, your character would be like, hey, what up, sweet cheeks? And then slap her on the ass. And you're like, what the shepherd? What the fuck? What the fuck? That is not what I said. Now we're back. We're back. Again, we're back. Also, anybody ever tired of the whole wheel thing at the bottom? Because it feels like you have a maximum of 6 choices, when in actuality, my favorite thing is like Divinity Original Sin or Baldur's Gate 3, when you have a wall of text and you have like 8 choices. I like the whole wall of text, 8 choices bullshit. They did it in New Vegas. I like that shit. I like that shit. I don't like the little circle thing. I think that circle thing from Dragon Age 2 and in this game is limited, because I don't want to do that little stern, joking, and nice guy bullshit. I thought that was the dumbest shit I've ever fucking seen. That's so limiting. It is so limiting, because we all know all those 3 choices are the fucking same. And you brought that shit back. You brought that shit back. I can't believe you've done this.
Deadly serious.
That is not what I wanted to say. I wanted to call him an idiot, but I can't do that because Rook is incapable of saying anything that might offend or upset anyone. And this is very much the case with his team too. With the exception of one pivotal decision point, Rook cannot upset his team members in any meaningful way.
I want to upset Tash so much. I don't have an option to upset Tash. My whole being, my whole driving force for playing this game was to upset Tash. I was like, yo, I can't wait to get in there and be like, trans life is no life, son. Get this shit out of here, son. No, I don't want to see your bussy. Get that shit out of my fucking face. Yo, Tash down, son. And then I just see her leave or get angry or fight me. Oh, I wish you would fight me. I wish she would fight me. Oh my God, I would kill her and take her loot. Oh God, I can't be a literal asshole. I wanted to do that. That was my driving force for when this game came out. It's gone now.
In so many BioWare games and games like it, you could say some mean shit that would really piss off your companions, but here all you can do is offer support, sometimes in a friendly way, other times in a slightly more stern way, but never can you say anything that might actually upset them. But that's not to say that you can't say things that your teammates won't mildly disapprove of, and you will on occasion see like Nev disapproves pop up on the left, but there's no way to do that so severely or so often that you would start to develop a negative relationship with your companion. There is a really interesting companion system kind of working away in the back end.
Companion hardened? Companion hardened? After experiencing the blighted dragon attack in MRHATTYPLAYS, Nev is less trusting and more self-reliant. Her damaging abilities are increased, but she will no longer use supportive abilities, and relationship progress is slowed. I see this as an absolute win. I don't give a fuck about this bitch, but she's gonna do extra damage? Huh. Good. I need to piss people off a little bit more. I need to piss people off. If I get this for everybody, oh, think of the damage. Think of the damage. We're gonna kill every fucking evil elden god, and at the end of the game, I'm gonna have to fight my own companions. But it's gonna be easy because they do minimal limited damage compared to your character. Oh, I'm gonna love it. Oh, Tash is last though. Tash is last. Oh, she's last. Oh, that would be the icing. That would be the cherry on top. She's last.
Called Hardened, where a companion apparently disapproves of you so much that their offensive damage abilities are made stronger, but they won't cast any supporting abilities.
Is that absolute
and your
win?
Relationship progress with them is also slowed. I could only achieve this state with one companion, Nev, after making that pivotal decision I mentioned earlier. Outside of that, I almost always chose the gruffest dialogue option available to me, and I was never able.
Yeah, it doesn't matter because you can't even fucking control him. It's so fucking stupid. Absolutely. Mr. H about to piss all of his companions off. The OG dev team of Dragon Age said romancing a dwarf is gross. That is why Harding shouldn't be a romance. Yo. Base developer. Base developer. Base developer. I understand that people might like dwarves, but that's one step away from being a gnome, and that's another step from being a Lalafell, and that's another step from being a child. So nope, 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 nope. I like adults, adult women. Nope, nope.
Able to trigger this hardened state with any other companion. Oh, and by the way,
I see you goblin lovers out there. Don't think I don't know who the fuck you are. You goblin motherfucker. I know who you are.
I felt the impact of Nev's new damage potential during combat, and I had absolutely no trouble romancing Nev even after she was hardened, so I think the system isn't quite as impactful as it promises.
Wait, so she was hardened anyway, but you still got into a romance with her? Win's a win. See? See? Told you. See? Told you. Bitch gets mad at you, bitch is still into you. Told you. Works every time. Even the woke people can't even get it right. They know it works every goddamn time. It fucking works every time. Got this bitch mad. Now she loves me. It works every goddamn. Even they know it.
Just to be the same way that the game is unwilling to.
Don't you dare goblin shame me. Now the goblins I know are 8 feet tall, not dwarves. That's what we call ogre. If you like ogre women, I'm gonna let you know. You're not coming back. I'm just letting you know. You can't deny the goblin. Radzik, I'm gonna have to let you go. I'm gonna have to let you go.
Confront any darker themes. The same way the game is unwilling to create any.
Bro, why does your character look like he's been eating Hardee's? Why does your character look like he's been eating made from scratch biscuits? What the fuck is this, bro? Your character is like one wig away from being part of the Senate. I am the Senate. Thoughts on Rebecca from Cyberpunk? Who's Rebecca? Oh. Oh, her. She's I'm not gonna lie. She's greenlit. She's okay.
Genuine
She's
conflict
fine.
between party members is also unwilling to create genuine tension between you and your party members.
She's petite.
So remember how in
It's
most
fine.
Bioware games you could talk yourself out of trouble if you said the right things, made the right threats, if you put the work in to ingratiate yourself to a faction, if you have the right party member by your side at a crucial moment. We used to have stats for charisma and speechcraft that would make it...
Yeah, we used to have stats for persuasion and like being renegade, Paragon. You used to have stats for like, I increased my I'm good at explosives, so I'm able. Oh, that's a different game. Okay, let's focus on Dragon Age. Let's say you're good at herbalism. You could heal somebody if you had the proper herbalism like ability, or if you had the proper amount of arcane or magic, you could understand certain things. That used to be the D&D, and they ripped the shit out of D&D out of fucking Dragon Age, which made things worse. And now what do you got? You got God of War, DI God of War.
Easier whether we're trying to persuade or intimidate or deceive. Veilguard has none of those things. You cannot talk your way in or out of any situation. There are no stat checks that will test your powers of persuasion or whatever. Every outcome is ultimately determined by force because there is no scope for you to determine it by any other means. This was really typified in this mission, which seemed like it was going to be a real standout. This is towards the back end of the game, and we have to infiltrate a meeting of cultists, and we're supposed to be undercover. To this point, there had never, ever...
You have to be undercover, and let me guess, you don't have any sneak. You don't have any way of hiding or you just walk in there and then they just agree with you.
Been any mission like this. As I said earlier, every mission is just following someone, going to a place, killing enemies, and so the promise of like a stealthy undercover mission was really exciting because I was desperate for just something else. So how does this...
I've been hearing you say hands on hip the whole damn time, chat, and me ignoring it has made it more funny as time goes on with this video. That's all they fucking do. I don't see... Nobody does this because you know what this looks like? This looks like somebody has a little bit more testosterone. But this one, it's just like... It's just like, it lowers, it's a little bit less. It's not too much Superman, but it's just like... Welcome to the view! But this is like, oh man, I don't like his aura.
Actually play out.
Hogwarts Legacy standby animations
but we leave
again.
Our faces uncovered while we walk around this encampment, and we're basically the only people not wearing a hood, and we've been fighting this faction for the last 30 hours, so you'd expect they know our faces by now. But anyway, eventually we come to a dude and he's blocking the way, and I expect this might be a moment where I have to smooth talk him, and if I say the wrong thing, maybe the jig is up and it's time to fight. But nope, here's what actually happens.
Stop. Who are you? I don't recognize any of you.
You don't recognize me?
I don't. Magister. Lady,
Appalling. They'll hire anyone these days.
So the best my dude can conjure in that moment is, and then Nev takes over and does all the talking for us. No chance for me to have any input into how this...
Chat, you remember when I said I don't think they're girl bossing Nev? They're girl bossing Nev. They just did it. They just did it. How did she infiltrate the area? Easy. She's got a pussy. That's how she infiltrated it. Easy. She woman scary, everybody bow.
Goes down, and when it ends, we stand right there in the middle of these goons talking openly about how we plan to murder the gods they worship.
It's Elganon, not Gillenane like we expected.
Shame. We have unfinished business with her.
Next time I see her, she's dead.
The game opens with a sequence where you have a choice. Either you can talk your way through a situation or just resort to violence. Having played through this game, I can tell you right now that that moment is very deceptive because it suggests that this is a game where moments like this are a regular occurrence, and they absolutely are not. I'm not exaggerating when I say that outside of the companion missions, where you can decide how those stories end, and outside of the game's 2-hour finale, where you do make some serious, impactful decisions, there were a total of 2 moments in this entire game where I felt like I was making a consequential decision that would actually affect the flow of events. 2. Now, I'm not sure if there were additional consequential decisions buried in some side content or something I didn't do, but I played this game for 50 hours, and for me, it was 2. And I know that sounds hyperbolic. You're thinking, that cannot possibly be right, but I promise you, there are 2 moments in this game where you make a meaty decision, and the rest of it just feels like choosing between different colored M&Ms. I can't be more specific without spoiling things, but if you play this game, you'll see what I mean. Another load-bearing, choice-based system in any BioWare game is romance, and this has its own set of issues. Top line, it's just a super old, super outdated approach to player romance. It really is just selecting the heart button whenever it appears, even when it doesn't.
Yep. These motherfuckers just came at us saying like the romance is deep. No, it isn't, nigga. It's the easiest thing in the world. Okay? It was the easiest thing in the world. I think, what was the hardest romance I ever had in a video game? I think it was Shadowheart, because Shadowheart, I'm just going to be honest, even though she was hot, she was coming off as a little bit of a bitch. I remember one time Shadowheart was saying, don't take that Saloonite, chest of treasure. It's bad for you. And I'm just like, did you pay for this game, Shadowheart? Did you pay for this game? No, you didn't. So shut the fuck up. This treasure is mine. So I cupped that treasure, and she was mad at me through almost all of Act 1. Almost all of Act 1. And I was just like, I come up to her and be like, are you done being a bitch? And then the disapproval rating just went down. And then she was just like, why are you always near me? And I was just like, is this my ex-girlfriend? Oh, you don't pay the bills in this house, bitch. You don't pay the bills. But it was like, at least it was realistic. This shit is just like, yo, just hit the heart symbol and then you're good.
Feel right for that moment, and rarely does it feel right for that moment, by the way. You just keep hitting that button repeatedly until you nearly kiss, and then something interrupts that moment, and then you come back later, and you need to either commit to that person or permanently close off any possibility of a romantic entanglement. So for me, I was flirting with everyone, and I was making progress with everyone. I had every member of my squad ready to jump me, but at one point I thought, okay, let's give Harding a try. Commit to that, see what happens. So here's what happens. We have a scene where we kiss. There's no sex scene.
Watch out for that chin, bro. There's no sex scene with Harding. I want to see it, but I don't want to see it. Where am I going with my brain? But I'm still...
We can continue whispering sweet nothings into each other's ears during dialogue exchanges or whatever, but at that point, romance dialogue options no longer appear for any other character at all. There's no option to end my relationship with Harding and switch over to someone else. Most interestingly, none of the other companions, all of whom were very hot and heavy for me, none of them mention the fact that I have spurned their affections and gone with someone else.
Wow. I remember in Baldur's Gate 3 when I was like clapping Lae'zel's cheeks, and then Halsin got mad at me, and I was just like, Halsin, the fuck are you doing? He's like, you were supposed to be mine. And I'm like, first of all, Halsin, you raise your fucking voice at me one more time, we're having fucking bear tonight. You understand me? You understand me? All right. I'm not interested in you. You have a good day. I don't know what to tell you. Jesus fucking Christ. And then I tried to get with Karlach. And then Lae'zel was just like, the fuck you doing? And I'm just like, I gotta make a decision. That was cool. That was realistic.
All that flirting before never happened, and there's no disappointment and resentment about the fact that it led nowhere.
Just go with the Asian elf so you can get that extra tight. He's right, though. He's right. He's right. All right.
It's consistent with what I spoke about earlier. There cannot be any actual conflict within the team, and a broken heart might make for some conflict. So instead, it's just ignored, and it really makes the entire remit system seem as cheap and as flimsy as every other decision you make in Veilguard, masquerading as something real and meaningful when it just isn't. The absence of genuine choice at both the macro and micro level makes Dragon Age of Veilguard feel entirely on rails. The illusion of choice that is dangled in front of you is deeply frustrating because it teases a game that just isn't there, but it was there years ago in so many of the BioWare games we loved. The contrast between the past and present of BioWare's game design couldn't be more stark or more disappointing.
All right. I think we've seen. We've lined up with him enough, haven't we? We've lined up with him a lot. All right, let's see what he's got to say.
This game is actually fantastic. It's a 2-hour gauntlet, and while the combat side of it remains the same, there are multiple impactful decisions to be made. There are multiple meaningful.
Moving on.
With you too. And as I've said many times before, I would hate for my take to deprive you of an experience that you.
Nope. Moving on. Moving on. I'll probably date the Asian elf. All right. We could go to Matty Plays, or we can go to somebody that knows the game more than I do. Hey! Yeah, let's change it up.
Reviews for Dragon Age: The Veilguard are now starting to fill.
It's only 16 minutes, so we only need to hear this fat bitch for 13 minutes, okay? It's not that long.
Filter out across the internet. And I was gifted an early access code to the game by EA.
Yep, gifts. You're a sellout, and you're also part of the Skittle crew. So we're gonna get an impactful review.
Thank you, EA, so that I could also bring you a review of the game. However, I am more of a Twitch streamer than a YouTuber, so my style of review is going to be slightly different. However, let me break down a couple of things that I experienced during the playing of the game and what to expect from me over the next couple of weeks. So as a Twitch streamer, the way that I review games is usually in person, playing it live on Twitch with my Twitch chat. Twitch chat and I bounce off each other. We talk about things as things happen, and that's what I wanted to do. But in order to avoid spoilers for myself, I have decided that I'm going to do a Let's Play on YouTube. My Let's Play episodes will be an hour to 2 hours long, and they're going to be mostly unedited. The ones that have jump cuts in them will become apparent in just a second when I explain a couple of things that I experienced whilst playing the game. However, let's just get into it. I fucking love it. I fucking love the game. There are a couple of things
we're done. Oh man, okay, all right. Man, that was pretty. We're done. Okay, all right. Jesus. Okay. Okay, all right. We're done. All right. Let's get back.
The game that I found frustrating again. We'll get into that.
Why do you have to do this to me?
In just a second. But for me, fundamentally, I feel like Dragon Age is back, and I feel like we're home. We're back in Thedas, and it's great, and I can't stop smiling.
Oh shit. I believe her. She looks like a white lady that's had black dick for the first time. I believe every word that she says just by looking at her.
I think the best way to review a game is to show just raw, authentic emotion. Show my reactions to things as they were happening in real time. So I'm going to show you a couple of clips of me from my recording of playing the game, I'm not going to show what's happening in the game. I'm just going to show myself.
Sure.
So that I don't add any spoilers, just because spoiling the game right now is not something that I personally want to do. It's not something that I feel is decent. It's not something that I've ever wanted to do. I want you guys to experience the game for yourselves. However, I am going to give you a little taste of how I reacted to certain parts of the game. But first, let's talk about character creator. Back where
No.
to make me go from this.
For the record, there was probably an easier way to do that than fighting an entire bar.
Wrong, Varric. That is the only way to do this. I will do.
Why does your character look like he's got pink eye? Why does your character look like he's the first Indian to get pink eye? This is the first time that this Indian has went down on a woman and is squirted in his eye, and this is what he looks like. He just went down on a woman and went, oh, yeah! And then right in his eye. Let's take this seriously.
Actions more than words. I don't care. I'm filling up. Fuck off, guys. Shut up. I'm like filling up with the music and we're just, I'm home.
Yeah, Spooky, I'm so sorry, Spooky. I'm so spooky.
Back in theaters. Stop it. To this.
You got pixelated like blood on your hand. Why are you acting so shocked? You just started the game. You didn't even get any new armor yet. This cannot be your moment where you're like, oh, I'm so worried. This is probably, oh, what is that look? What is that look? Tell me that look. Is this the look of a person that's just like, oh man, I'm excited for this game, or oh, I'm worried about my character? It's not fucking both. Bitch, you just started the game. Title drop, nigga. Title drop. Nah, he dead. Roll credits. Yo, that would be funny if that. Bro, she would still give it a 9 out of 10 if this game was done in an hour.
You have no idea what you have done.
You have no idea what you have done.
In like a heart.
Bro, we gotta stop being corny. I think every person should have that one person that's down to earth and just be like, nigga, stop being corny. Why would you say something like that? Every person should have that one friend that's just like, that's stupid, but okay. Everybody deserves one. I have plenty of them. Now I'm the person that does that. Now every time when my friends like do something stupid, it's like, hey girl, you want to check me out? Hey, I'm just like, now she's never going to check you out, dude, because you're acting like a fucking idiot. And then he's just like, yeah, my bad. You always need a friend like that. She needs one like that. She can't be doing this. I know she dresses herself up like she's like part human, part beanbag, but you got to get out more. It's lame.
Heartbeat. The story beats are so good, and especially coming from someone who is
Go FLEEKAZOID. I'll go to FLEEKAZOID in a second.
Obsessed with the lore of Dragon Age. I feel like a lot of it is just bam, 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 hit, hit, hit after hit. And then there are a couple of things that I did question, and you'll see it when my playthrough comes out. Again, I don't want to spoil too much about the story, but I also don't want to spoil too much about my playthrough. My playthrough will begin, like the first couple of episodes will go up on release on Halloween, and you'll be able to watch.
Is this a review, or is this you just telling us your schedule? Because I'm about to leave. Come on now. Come on now. You got to figure this shit out. All right? When I started this stream, I said review hunting for Dragon Age the Veilguard. Guess what I'm doing? Review hunting for Dragon Age the Veilguard. Well, I'm not doing that right now. I'm listening to a bitch talk about her schedule. I'm listening to her say like, oh man, this is what I'm going to do. And I'm like, this is a conversation between you, yourself, and you. You yourself, and fuck you. All right?
My playthrough as you play the game. So as you play, like say the prologue of the game, once you're finished it, you can watch my episode of the prologue, see if I did anything different, and it's like we'll be playing the game together.
Right.
Then that way my whole playthrough will be spoiler free because you'll have already played the game. Do you see?
Yeah.
And then that way it'll just be a nice little interaction, a nice little interactive way that we can all play Veilguard without spoiling it for each other. But expect me to be swearing a lot. The combat system is definitely
Thank you for the follow.
something
Appreciate
that is, well, the best way I can describe it is different. It's new. It's going to take you a while to get used to. When I was playing it, I found that Rogue kind of just felt more fluid. It felt more fleshed out. But for this playthrough, I'm playing as a mage, and I felt that mage takes a little bit longer to get the hang of. And a lot of the combat will take you from this to... Yep. Give it to me. Let's do it. Let's go. I love it. Kamehameha. Kamehameha. He was slowly going through the air. Shit. My life flashed before my eyes just then.
You ever watch a trailer that is live and it's a person behind a person's playing the video game live, and you could just openly tell that this person doesn't know how to play video games? Like they have no sense of perception, no sense of thought. Like you watch a person's like, here's our game, Assassins Go or Us or whatever. Here's our game. And then you see the game and you're watching the person play the game and you're just like, this motherfucker sucks. This motherfucker sucks. Oh, man. Oh, hold on. I don't know how that's happening, but I'll fix it. Oh, God. That was, and you had 7 hours before this to play the game.
This. Can I have 5 seconds, please? 5 fucking seconds. Oh my god, game, fuck off. What am I stuck on? What is...
I don't want to see you. I want to see the gameplay and what you're showing me. But yeah, sure. You know what? We're skipping. We're skipping. Skipping.
Has a spoiler behind it. So once I've played the game and it's all done and everyone has played the game and we come back, I would love, and I cannot wait, to sit down with everybody on Twitch and just go over the things that were locked behind all of the spoilers that I can't talk about right fucking now. So when you're watching my playthrough on YouTube, take note of every single time I'm like, I have a slight criticism about this, because when we get to the other side and I'm playing it live on Twitch, I cannot wait to talk about these things with you. But there have been so many times in this game where it has thrown me a curveball.
You know what? We need a palate cleanser. We need a palate cleanser. You said FLEEKAZOID? Okay, yeah. All right. I don't know who FLEEKAZOID is, though. We need a palate cleanser. What the fuck, bro? What the fuck? 6 minutes? Thank you, FLEEKAZOID. I appreciate it.
This is
You ever look at something and you know it's gonna be funny? You ever look at something and you know it's gonna be funny? You ever do that? You ever look at something and you're just like, this motherfucker gonna make me laugh?
Really the best Dragon Age game that I've ever played.
Counterpoint! Alright, Pips, I've got no time to spare on this one. In the middle of editing this video, that bitch boy Bill Gates bricked my PC and I had to start over again. But that's not even the fun part. The fun part is I've only got about 24 hours until I gotta catch an international flight, so now you're getting the speedrun version of this video. Strap in and strap on. Here we go. Dragon Age Veilguard looks like something straight out of a Tumblr fan fiction. This looks like a Pixar movie, but with less balls. This looks like yet another established franchise that's known for one thing and gets flipped into the complete opposite to appeal to a wider audience that doesn't exist. And I, for one, wish BioWare all the success that Volition had. But before I get...
yes! Wait. Is this a review or it's 2 hours ago? We'll go with it.
Into my anger with this game, I know Veilguard fans get pissy when people use their eyes to see, and they feel like because people are pointing out how shit this game looks, they can't like this dog shit themselves. And I'm here to say, I don't really give a fuck if you like it, alright? Just come talk.
That's what I'm fucking saying. I don't really give a fuck. Oh my god. Oh, we're back. Chat. After Unifag said that shit, I was just like, bro, I need something.
Talk to me about it next to this window. To kick us off, look, I know this game identifies as a Dragon Age game, but it's hard to choke that down when I can see the throbbing Assassin's Creed Valhalla hanging from under its dress. Instead of finally building upon Origin's janky but engaging combat system, BioWare took the coward's way out by assimilating with the Borg and making another shitty action game with light RPG mechanics. This looks like a clunky and packless hack and slasher. The combos look basic as shit, the flow looks horrible, and from one action game,
I love this because he didn't play the game. He's looking at the game, and that's all that he needs. This is what I'm fucking talking about. This is the level of perception that people need to have. You may think that he's a dumbass, and maybe he is. Okay, I'm a dumbass too. But he looks at a game, and he knows, in fact, the game is trash. He's looking at the game, and he's like, yeah, this game's fucking stupid. He's like, well, you haven't played the game. You haven't had a girlfriend, so who's winning? And then you leave him to cry. This is, you just need to look at the game and be like, yeah, that's trash. I've only had one game in my whole life to blow me away, like to show me what it is. You don't need to smell a pile of shit to know it's a pile of shit. Actually, so fucking true. So fucking true.
Another. I know you're trying to protect little Jimmy's eyes for when he accidentally buys this game thinking it's a Fortnite sequel, but if this is the direction we're taking, maybe we could splurge on a little bit of gore in our M-rated game, huh? Even funnier than that, the journalists keep trying to convince me that my decisions will matter, but now, not even my previous decisions matter. There are
reviews starting dropping while I was editing. This is from IGN, but things like who you choose to make a head of the Chantry at the end of the Inquisition never come up. There's no sign of the Warden from Origins. Yeah, all that shit. Yeah, this story feels like both a send-off and a soft reboot. Yup.
A grand total of 0 decisions that will pour it over from the first 2 games. Fun fact, Dragon Age 2 was made in about a year and had about 20. Speaking of Valhalla, though, we now get a skill tree that's packed with a fuck ton of passive bonuses to give you the illusion of there being more to...
That's... Yes. Hey, chat. You ever play Fallout? You ever play Skyrim? How many of those abilities did you actually like? Because let me tell you something. Bethesda makes RPGs, but let's be honest here. A lot of those abilities is like, oh man, you can use a gun, a pistol better. Oh, next time when you level it up, you can level it up to make the pistol even better. And then when you level that pistol ability in Fallout up a little bit more, guess what you get? That pistol will be even better, man. It'll be even better. God, I wish you could understand that. And also reloading, it's going to be even better, man. The reloading. Oh, man. It's cool. Just, what's it called? What's it called? Just bloated, slop, monotonous, sort of make number go up sort of abilities. I hate those.
Unlocked than there actually is. And you know what? I'm actually fine with this because personally, I believe in gratitude. I believe that there are so many people out there that have it so much worse in this world. Like, for example, your companions who now have a kids menu skill tree with, get this, 4 whole abilities. Remember when you could level up your companion?
Anna, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it.
Like they were a main character. This tourist remembers. But hey, who needs that now?
This tourist remembers. Fuck David Gator.
Your decisions really matter. Remember when you could kill off a main companion in the first 5 hours of Origins? Well, that ain't shit. In Veilguard, your choices decide what chick's gonna randomly moan in the middle of dialogue.
You get your friend back to your camp and...
But now that I've given you the moans, let's get back to the bitching. This is Companions in Veilguard.
We're going into the Fade, aren't we? Wasn't expecting to fight an ogre today.
On the hide again.
This is Companions in Origins.
39 buried. 39 found.
Alright, that's not a fair comparison. We also have this dumpster fire! This bisexual disaster! Before you get angry, that was a description from the writer of that character, him.
Oh, it's Lucanus, hands down. He is the sole dumpster fire of the crew. I wrote him specifically to be a bisexual disaster of a human. You're welcome. Okay. Maybe Mary Kirby was an accident. I apologize. I take back what I said about Mary Kirby. I made a mistake. I made a mistake. She can go too. She can go. Yeah, she can go.
Himself, their self, whomstever self. He also allegedly just loves his coffee. This game's gonna be another nacho night, I can feel it. Now, as for the tone and writing, I think it's gonna be that stupid, safe, My Little Pony bullshit. I think that first wacky trailer is what this game actually is.
Yeah. Can we talk about that first trailer? These developers acted like, that first trailer? We had no idea that's how it was gonna be. We had no idea. Nigga, you made that trailer yourself. Nigga, you chose that music. You chose that style. Ever since somebody said, oh, we talked to them and they actually said they had no idea that the trailer was going to be like that. That's not what they intended for. And I'm watching SkillUp play the game and I'm just like, nigga, that's exactly what you fucking wanted. What are you talking about?
Faux dark trailers is probably them taking the few times they get dark and pretending it's the whole game so they can... Trailer is what this game actually is. And these faux dark trailers is probably them taking the few times they get dark.
That's Dragon Age right there. Weenie Hut Jr.
And pretending it's the whole game so they can bait and switch us on launch day. They can't really even hide that in their own trailers. Like, look at this. These trailers go, yeah, we're actually pretty dark and brooding. Yeah, we're actually pretty dark. As for the voice performance, Rook sounded good, but then there's this woman.
What? No. Stepping into all that raw magic is suicide.
The storm could tear you apart.
Next, now I get why they're dropping the game on Halloween. These facial animations are scary as hell, Pimp. Get that demon away from me! They got that cold... The INTJ stare, that look of pure analyzing coupled with a slight sardonic smile that makes people uneasy. Or in other words, they're all out here looking like the third Menendez brother. Following that, budget cuts, budget cuts, budget cuts. These companions are so ugly, not even the AI wants to look at them. How are you gonna brag about nudity like that's a selling point for this game, BioWare? Stop
exactly.
The threats. I'll buy the $80 version if it guarantees that I'll never come across Tasha's nudes by accident. Fuck, I got...
Thank you. I don't want to see it. This is the first time I don't want to see someone naked. And trust me, I have seen worse. And and you just gotta go, close enough sometimes, but I don't want to see Chash. Clip that shit. You need that every time there is a dark moment. I'll go. Yeah, I'll do it.
Got 12 hours till this flight. Listen, this is what Morgan used to look like. This is what she looks like now. Point made, moving on. The only thing worse than what they made is what you can make.
So, for me personally, and I know for the team, it was important that you could see yourself in the game.
Unless you're a busty woman, this is tyranny. Dare I say bigotry, and I won't.
That's right. You ladies that look like this, you ladies that look actually fucking fantastic, I need you to leave the stream right now because you're hurting the other ladies' feelings. And I'm sorry. I know you're well endowed, but we need to put you back in the cage. Listen, Mindy from McDonald's, Mindy from McDonald's is getting her feelings hurt. I mean, it's kind of her own fault that she's fat and she's not taking care of her teeth, her hair, or putting lotion on her skin. But in actuality, it's actually your fault because you're actually taking care of yourself. So we need to delete you and put them in the forefront. So if you could do that, we'd really appreciate it. We'd really appreciate it. It would add some inclusivity to the whole thing. I'd appreciate that. Right, no grace swords? Heresy? What?
Don't let my busty fabric stretching sisters in Christ be discriminated against. Can I get a yes, sir?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Just when I thought we couldn't get any lower than budget cuts, now we have negative budget. We are in debt.
Oh man, I gotta stop laughing like fucking Brendan Fraser. I gotta stop doing that.
I know this has been the subject of a lot of controversy, with many saying, including a former developer from BioWare, if you don't like this customization option, just don't use it. And you know what? I agree. And as long as that's the logic we're using, uncap those sliders and let us make some busty fantasy hoes. Let us blow that ass out like an Instagram thought. And if it offends you, just don't use it. Finally, despite every other...
That's what I'm fucking talking about. That's what I'm fucking talking about. This is a person you want in the... This is the person that you can trust right here.
RPG mechanic being dumbed down to pre-K levels. I've been assured by every game journalist that's been gargling BioWare's balls like mouthwash that your choices matter. And after hours of research, I can proudly say that your choices actually do matter. Because you have the choice to buy this piece of shit or go drop $5 on Dragon's Crown and have the ride of your life. Look at this art. Look at this art. Look at this art. This game is Dragon Age in name only. They're a company on the verge of collapse.
I do like Dragon
switching you is their only hope. Don't believe them. And these gaming journalists are word prostitutes selling their opinions for free breakfast buffets at the Holiday Inn, saying shit like BioWare is back, baby. Yo!
I just want to talk to this man. No. Nah.
Listen, I have so much to say about this game, and I didn't even get to everything I hate about it in this video, but blame Bill Gates for that. He's a fan of Dragon Age Veilguard, and he sabotaged me. All right, my flight's like in fucking 3 hours, and I still haven't packed. I gotta get out of here. We'll continue this conversation when I get back. Fuck you, Bill!
God breaks Bill Gates! Yeah!
Yes! Yes! Yeah. Oh man. I can't. I was literally gonna hand him $5. I was literally gonna give him $5 but he's not monetized. Oh man, that felt good. That felt real good. All right, let's keep going. Oh. Dragon Quest on PC? Let me check. Not on here. Maybe on GOG. Oh well. Keep going. Let's keep going.
RPG genre, thanks to projects like Baldur's Gate 3, Cyberpunk 2077, The Witcher 3, and so on.
And this is the guy that was selling the fuck out, talking to Corin Bush. Remember that.
There are many great developers rising up in the RPG genre, like Warhorse Studios with Kingdom Come Deliverance.
Yeah.
So there's many options beyond the ones that we used to know and love, and BioWare is in a very desperate position. I've covered this game for years, since it was formerly known as Dreadwolf. Before that, it was very much just an idea on paper, and we were talking about it. I was very excited to see what BioWare could bring to the table.
Atlas, please, for fuck's sake, release Dragon's Crown. Atlas are really stingy on PC releases. I want to play fucking what's it called? The unicorn game, whatever.
But unfortunately, after playing Dragon Age: The Veilguard, it is one of the most disappointing games I've played in a while.
Damn.
I don't want to say ever, because I don't want to get too much hyperbole in here, but
it doesn't matter. It was disappointing. Stop trying to tier list. Stop trying to tier list and be nice. Stop trying to tier list your disappointment. Just say, yeah, it's another one of my disappointments of all time. Yeah, it's bad. Stop trying to do this whole fancy pants with your words. It's like, I don't want to, it's not that disappointing, but it's disappointing, but not that disappointing. It's like going up to your son and be like, you're disappointing, son. But you're not that disappointing. I want to put some hyperbole in here, but you're almost as disappointing as your little brother, but not too much. Stop it. Just stop it.
But the emotions I experienced throughout this review process was unlike anything I've ever gone through before. It was strange, man. I'm gonna keep it real. Like, it was saddening as the realization set in hour by hour.
Yeah, but you got that money. You got that money. You got that money. You got that money, man. Congrats.
How much this game had let me down. I've had the game for about 2 weeks, put over 50 hours into it, finishing the main story, all of the companion missions, and a bulk of the remaining side content. I'm at 72% of the way to the Platinum Trophy if you need a reference for how much of this game I've cleared off, but I'm not going to bury the lead any further. You're probably as surprised as I am to be hearing me say these things, but no single game has made me go through the string of emotions this one has, because its characters evolve as little as its gameplay. The mistakes made with plot pacing are innumerable. All of the real high-impact choices are baked into the final 2 hours of the game, making them feel really minimal in the scheme of things. Past Dragon Age games matter little here if your 3 available choices in the keep taught you anything before launch.
We already
detail
know
that one later. And last but definitely not least is the line delivery and writing quality are at times embarrassingly low, even for those who have sworn off BioWare for years and are not like me and have continued to play their games and look forward to them. So this is really tough, because it does me no pleasure in back-to-back reviews to sit down talking about some of my favorite game developers ever who have made defining video games.
It makes you no pleasure to do this, dude. It makes me no pleasure to do this. I mean, part of me is laughing and having some jokes here and there, but it gives me no pleasure either. You have to speak your mind, because if you don't, someone else will. Let me repeat myself. If you don't speak your mind, if you don't speak for yourself, someone else will. I'm sick and tired of this, like, I really don't want to be negative. It's like, nigga, you're not. It's okay to be negative, because guess what? There's no positive without negative, and there's no negative without positive. You like mustard? You don't like mustard? Well, you're a fucking bigot. You see how much sense that makes? That doesn't make any sense. You're gonna have to be honest with shit. Otherwise, you're gonna just confuse your own fan base. How many fans you got? How many fans you got? Let me see. You got, dude, you're at 572K. Maddie, I've known you since like Fallout fucking like Fallout 4. You have to be honest. I get it. You just got married. You want to pay the bills. You want to get that money, because he did get recently just like get married. I think he did. But you have to be honest with how you feel, because this is what happens when you become a sellout. You sound like every other video that you make. And guess what happens? You get less and less views. Because if you're not honest, people don't come up to you for actual like feedback. Because if you just go, this game's great. This game's great. You know who's a perfect example? Eric's Gaming. Anybody know Eric's Gaming? They always talk about Monster Hunter. FEXTRALIFE. Anybody know FEXTRALIFE? Nobody goes up to FEXTRALIFE and Eric's and goes up and talks about them. They see a certain build that they put up and then they try to learn about that. They want to learn about like tips and tricks, but they go away after that. They don't watch a whole bunch of videos about Monster Hunter, about Elden Ring, about different builds. They just see that you really, really like Elden Ring or Monster Hunter, and then they just move on and say, oh, okay, yeah, Elden Ring. That's cool. I've been playing that game. That's cool that there's a lightning build. You know how FEXTRALIFE makes 50 fucking different builds, and you're just like, I'm not gonna watch all this shit. Are you fucking kidding me? I'm not watching all these fucking builds. It's fucking insane. Look at the number of views on all their builds. Nobody's fucking watching that shit, but they will watch the reviews. You have to be honest. Either that or you're just going to be robotic like those channels.
For me in Bethesda Game Studios and now BioWare, and not just
Star Wars Theory had a wake-up call too. He was a shill, and then he opened his eyes and started being critical. Exactly. And now he's, up to 3 million, almost 4 million, and he's doing his own thing, and he's got his own lightsaber sort of website. I was actually thinking about buying one of his, and he's just doing his own thing because he was even... I don't want to go too deep into this, but yeah, he was being critical about certain shows. Yeah.
Just deliver a negative review or a dissatisfied review, but something relatively scathing, especially in BioWare's case, when you consider the situation with their studio and how important the success of Dragon Age the Veilguard is to their company's future. Still, all those memories, all those great games that defined me as a player, as a person even,
right,
have to come second to always being honest. And I'll get very much heavily into the thick of things here, but I think the first question you may have, and it's a totally fair one, is, wait, your preview was like really positive, Maddie. Like, what's...
Yes! At least you brought it up. At least you fucking brought it up. I was about to say something. At least you brought it up.
What's the difference between this and your preview? Like, didn't you see enough then? So for starters, extended exposure to an issue will do that to you. 6 hours is really different to like 55. But secondly, BioWare and EA were not fully honest about the framing of this preview. As stated in my preview, what we played was across 5 save files under the definition of the first act, with 2 more to go in the rest of the game. Now, I walked away very excited thinking, man, if this is the first act, imagine what they can bring for acts 2 and 3.
Their own saved files. That's, yeah, that would raise an eyebrow. Probably couldn't talk about it. Yeah, that would raise an eyebrow. So they fucking basically held their hand while they were playing the game.
Then I got the full game. I entered my 20th hour, still not at the end of Act 1, what I experienced in the preview. 30th hour, still hadn't reached where my preview ended. It wasn't until the 35th hour that I had hit this stretch of the game that was defined as Part 9. Now, Maddie, why does all of this matter? You've previewed a number of games before. Well, effectively, what EA and BioWare showed us, and in turn you, was a highlight reel of parts 1 through 9 in Dragon Age the Veilguard, and there are 14 in total in the game. And I would not personally define parts 1 through 9 of any 14-part story as a first act. That is almost, if not more than 75% of the main story on display, including...
Oh. They drowned out all the monotonous, boring shit. They even know themselves. They even know to themselves that all that extra bullshit that was between, since they got curated saves. That's what he's basically talking. He had the first one, he had the second one that was in the middle, and then he had the last one that was on the 9 parts. So basically, they cut the fat the fat of all that shit. They basically cut all the fat out of anything. So when it's like when you look at somebody from a distance and you think they're attractive, and then you get closer and you're like, oh, it's somebody's grandma. What the fuck, bro? What the fuck? Turn left. Turn left.
Major choices. And while the perceived dishonesty here does not affect my final score, it definitely pissed me off. I'm not going to hesitate on saying that, because this is the second time that this has happened to myself and others, where I remember going out to cover Redfall, and that was another dishonest preview. Where the build we had there was nothing close to what we had in the final build. My point being, you see 3/4 of an entire game, and you cut out all of the fluff, all of the crap in between, and just show the highlights of all of it. It's really hard to walk away negatively. And I don't mean that as an excuse, but hopefully just you can understand the difference between preview and review for me personally.
They did the same thing to that one fight with the ice dragon, where you were fighting the ice dragon. It was the state of play thing, and people were fighting the ice dragon, and it was doing tiny little damage. And guess what they did? They sped that shit up. They said, hurry this shit up. And so they faded to black, and then they showed the fight again. Now the boss is at half health, and you're like, wait a minute, that boss health was barely moving. And then it faded to black, and then it was like, whoa. Oh shit, it's like at 5% health now. What the fuck? Did that like 3 times, either 2 or 3 times during that dragon fight.
Personally, hearing all of that, you're probably like, this guy's gonna have nothing positive to say at all, right? But then after 45 hours of really just slogging through it, those 5 final hours of this game, they do not make up for everything you go through. The ends do not justify the means, but man, what a finale. And it is such a terrifying reminder of what could have been if they spread this amount of choices, this amount of high-stake missions across the entirety of the game. It's the one point you feel like everything has been truly realized. It is definitely one of BioWare's most enjoyable finales. I don't know about best. I have to process.
Whoa. Slow down, man. Slow down. Slow the fuck down. You need to keep this sort of the subject. You need to tone down this subject a little bit down. You need to tone it down, because you went from like, man, all this sucks, but the last 5 hours, don't you do it, Maddie. That's what you just did. Don't do this whole like, man, but the last 5 hours were like peak, son. I was like, no. Go back to the other conversation, because I'm going to let you know right now, when you play Path of Exile or Path of Exile 2, at the beginning, it's fun. In the middle, it's fucking great. At the end, you got your build and you're a fucking god, and it's fucking awesome. There's not this whole, well, the game gets good after 50 hours. No. Go back.
Process that longer over time. I want to hear what the community for Dragon Age has to say, but man, that final act, it's in that moment you're like, oh my god, what could have been. It hurts. That's why I said it was an emotional roller coaster. There has never been a game I've played that I've been so certain that every facet of it I was ready to dunk on, and I get slapped in the
after
face
45
by
hours.
an absolutely awesome finale and go.
I did watch Luality. I watched Luality, and she was trying. She was trying really hard to be like, I don't think they're right. And I wanted to say something in chat, but chat was like, what the hell are you talking about? And I was like, holy shit. This is the first time that Luality, well, to me anyway, this is the first time that I saw Luality's own fans disagree with her that hard. They were like, what do you mean, Luality? And I was like, yo, chat, and you never mind. I'm leaving. I just clicked exit out of the fucking stream. I was like, never mind. Hey, bye. How you doing? Thank you for the follow.
Go, wow, what could have been? And it really sets you off balance. It doesn't change much, but it makes you think, man. It makes you think. Anyway, this has been a ridiculous amount of setup. I know many of you are like, I'm here to know the score, bro. Just shut up and move on. But I like to set up my reviews with proper context before I go forward. So Let's get into it, starting with the narrative. This is what I have the most to say about when it comes to the game itself, because it's where I think most of the problems in Dragon Age the Veilguard lie. Tonally, this is just not a Dragon Age game. There's no other way to put it for me. In writing, in music, in visuals, in character work, there were many points throughout my review process where I felt my hands were on an entirely different IP. Now, before I go forward, I just want to frame my criticism a little bit more here, in that I have been a lifelong BioWare fan. My favorite game of all time is Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic, which is a 2003 RPG from BioWare. But also, they have made games, as you know, like Mass Effect, like Dragon Age Origins. But I have also not fooled myself that the people who made those games I adore so much are no longer at the company, or at least most of them aren't. I've never expected BioWare to deliver to me Dragon Age Origins again, and certainly in Veilguard I wasn't expecting that, but something on the level of Inquisition I think was fair, reasonable expectations, and as someone extremely critical of that game, I didn't even feel I got that out of BioWare. There are scenes where, and I mean this in the least insulting way, it truly felt like BioWare watched some Pixar films over the weekend and took that energy straight into the game.
Okay. Try again. Deep breaths. There. Oh, God, damn it. Oh, no. Sorry. Just breaking things.
Maddie, we need to talk. How is it that you finally come into the... Maddie, how is it that you came into this thinking that... No, we already had this discussion. No, we already had this discussion. I feel like I'm about to repeat myself because he said all that... What did he say? What did he say?
And as someone extremely critical of that game, I didn't even feel I got that out of BioWare. I was expecting that, but something on the level of Inquisition, I think Dragon Age Origins are at the company, or at least, but also they have made more here, in that I have been a lifelong BioWare fan. My favorite game of all time is where I felt my hands were on an entirely different IP. Now, before I go forward, I just want to frame my criticism a little bit more here.
Yeah, because he just said to me, man, I didn't think it was... He basically said something like,
needs the Veilguard lie. Tonally, this is just not a Dragon Age game. There's no other way to put it for me.
What, this is not a Dragon Age game. What part, where did you get the idea that, oh my God. But how is it that you came into this idea that you think you played the game for 7 hours and you watched the gameplay? Why are you acting like you didn't know? You had to have the game in your hands to understand, okay. But it's just like, I just find it like it's, I know what he's doing. Because a lot of reviewers and YouTubers do this whole thing where they're just like, well, I haven't played the game yet. Well, I haven't played the game yet. How are you doing this? You know what? I'm just going to keep going with the just keep going.
Writing, in
I feel
music,
like I'm repeating
in
myself.
visuals, in character work, there were many points throughout my review process where I felt my hands were on an entirely different IP. Now, before I go forward, I just want to frame my criticism a little bit more here, in that I have been a lifelong BioWare fan. My favorite game of all time is Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic, which is a 2003 RPG from BioWare. But also, they have made games, as you know, like Mass Effect, like Dragon Age Origins. But I have also not fooled myself that the people who made those games I adore so much are no longer at the company, or at least most
Not
of them
even
aren't.
Hans Zimmer
I've
could
never
save this
expected
game.
BioWare
Nope.
to deliver to me Dragon Age Origins again, and
we're gonna skip this part.
Objectively speaking, I see that moment and I go, hey, that's not awful. That's just, I don't know how else to put it. That's just not Dragon Age to me. And there are decent conversations to be had throughout. I don't want to paint it all like it's miserable, but it does grind you down a lot because most of the conversations have nothing to do with the world of Dragon Age, the reason why so many of us are there. And when it does focus on its world, whether it be learning more about the Evanurus, learning more about the origins of the Titans, that is when the game is at its strongest, because then suddenly I find myself waking up from a trance and I'm like glued to my screen. I go, it's not me. I know I still like this stuff, because it was one of those reviews where I looked at it and went, am I jaded? Like, am I just hating stuff right now? But then those conversations came through. I went, no, man, they're just not doing this sort of stuff enough, which is what I've been looking for as a Dragon Age fan. And I do think that some of the writing is harmed by really bad voice direction given to the voice performers for this game. Like, listen to this.
You won't stop this, Nev Gallus. This is Tormentor's future.
You don't have MRHATTYPLAYS yet, Aelia. You'll need to go through me to get it.
That has...
Chat, we need to start understanding something. We need to understand something. I know a lot of people are just like, ah, man, well, it's not the voice actor, it's the writer. No, sometimes the voice actors suck. Sometimes the voice actors just suck eggs. I know I want to say like, oh, the writing's bad. No, sometimes both. Sometimes both. Because there's a difference between, oh, I'm trying my best to, I don't even know how you got hired.
As such, curse you evildoer, I'll stop you and you'll rue the
Yeah, it's like an
day
AI.
type energy. I couldn't believe, again, this was a BioWare game. The worst yet is the lacking of player agency. I mean, I remember...
You want to know a good example of good, like, good voice acting? Here it is. I don't know how that one just keeps on getting bigger, but I'll take care of it later. Here. What is a good example? I got it. No, I don't got a good one. But it's from Rogue Trader. Anybody ever played Rogue Trader? Really good game. There is this Aldiri, this elven woman, and the way she speaks and the way she talks is really, really good. Really good. She speaks in a stern, almost quiet tone where she speaks slowly, and she's unlike humans. She takes her words very seriously, and she has sort of a cold demeanor that you could just tell, like, oh, she's different to everybody else. And when she gets angry, it's like very sharp and very, very like precise, and it's just like, holy shit, this lady's pissed. I did not feel that with Nev just now.
Remember specifically during the Fallout 4 discourse, that is where, for me in my world, the conversation was born about, I can't be an asshole in this game. And obviously RPG players come up with these ideas of characters they want to be, and Dragon Age Veilguard does give you good tools at first, like, hey, pick your origin story, pick your backstory, pick your race, and there are conversation options that are unique to those moments. There are responses that are unique to you.
Crows always finish the job. We just can't take initiative, right?
Of killing?
My running with the Antom taught me that.
Don't let him scold you too much. V was worried about you.
You look fucking
the
ugly.
Tools are there to make something, but the game doesn't let you play as who you truly want to be. Like any BioWare game, when you make certain choices, they're going to approve or disapprove of said choices in dialogue, and I can count on one hand.
Perfect example. Perfect example. Somebody said it in Twitch chat. Here's a perfect example.
used to hate that sight. The glowing sky, the long shadows, the fading stars. I lived for the red of blood and the black of death. Now, I see the colors between. Look at the sun. What do you see? Literal, but not wrong. I see something else. Beauty. The dawn was my torment. Rustling leaves, agony. I couldn't wait to escape this place. Now, I revel in it. I revel in you. You showed me the betweens and beyonds. Between war and peace. Beyond passion and obsession. Most importantly.
That's what I'm talking about. That is what I'm talking about. N7, thank you for the follow. Jesus. Giant thing out of the way. Oh. I'm gonna That's what I'm talking about. Did I have that giant thing right in the way? The whole damn time? I'm turning you off. You're off. Turn it off. For some reason, BioWare can't animate the characters' eyebrows well. Every time they open their mouth and have an emotion, their face is always very flat. Every time when they have their eyebrows out, they're just like... I'm just like puppeteering shit.
And no exaggeration, the amount of times I saw a party member disapprove of my choices. The approval rating in this game needs to be nerfed. I don't know how else to put it. The amount of times my bond increased with them just by asking a question, just by saying like, hey man, what's the weather like today? It's like, they approved of that. I'm like, what? Why? I'm not saying you have to outright hate me, but like, why did you approve of that? And the problem that has been existing in the series since Dragon Age 2, where they ditched the original dialogue system from Origins and went with these more defined emotions for player choice that almost never match up, is horrible here. Like, look at this one. Look at me try to select a actually mean-spirited dialogue option and what my player says.
If we had a stronger civil government instead of a bunch of circus criminals, the Antam wouldn't have a foothold in the first place.
Who is this?
And because of this, I could not stand my character. The one who
you could not stand your own character.
Rook. I could.
This is what SkillUp was saying. You are not even your character. You are. There is no autonomy of your own character. There is no sense of you, yourself in this game. You are just there to finish off the blight. That is the only sense that you got in this game. There is no sense of you striding off, going left, striding off, going right. There is only forward with your character, not with the other person that played the game, not with the other person that played the game. With Baldur's Gate 3, there are multiple like different things that you or your friend have done to get to the end of the game. With this game, there is only one way forward. There's no you.
Could not stand, because anytime he talked, he was not saying what I wanted to say, and in turn, the world was not reacting to what I wanted to say. It felt so stripped of the things that matter to me in an RPG. Good RPG dialogue lets you get involved deeply in the plot, obviously asking important questions, that sort of thing. But
yo,
more
you
than
could
anything,
become a dick in Mass Effect. It was perfect. It was pure.
It also defines the emotion of which you want to respond to things.
You could do some fucked up shit in KOTOR. You could do some fucked up shit in Rogue Trader. You could do some really fucked up shit in Rogue Trader. When I played Rogue Trader, I shot some little girl's only father right in front of her, and she ran away. I was like, what the fuck? Now she's probably gonna get killed or something.
And I don't like, as I'll get into in my section fully dedicated to characters in this review, how often this game just forces you to be nice to everybody when you just don't want to. When someone is annoying, when someone is abrasive, and you're like, no, screw you. It's like, it just never lets you. And look, y'all, I'm not asking for them to give me Dragon Age Origins level of choice like, yo, let me kill Lil.
Dragon Age choice was minuscule as well. It did have a good amount of choices, but Dragon Age Origins did not have a lot. You can ask for that. Hell, you can ask for Baldur's Gate 3. I'm saying to you guys, you deserve more, because we've been waiting for years for BioWare to come back, and they have chosen to either leave or do this dumb shit. We deserve so much more. Fuck what MRHATTYPLAYS just says. You guys deserve more because you are the gamer. You are it's like they are nothing without you. They are nothing without you. Point blank, period. It's true. How are they gonna get paid? How are they gonna provide for their family if you don't pay for the game? Just saying.
Liliana, like, that's nuts, right? I love that level of choice, but I'm expecting low level choice. Like, can I disagree with my party members? No, you cannot. So the story, for those who are not caught up, is as follows. It's following the events of Trespasser, and Solas is attempting to undo the damage he has done to the world, even if it unleashes demons across all of Thedas. This is because Solas, as a character you'll learn in Inquisition, carries an immense amount of regret within him, and so some of this journey is about learning.
Solas was badass in the back in the day. He would just straight up kill people. He was so badass.
Why he feels such a deep-seated regret. Now, upon trapping Solas and forming a connection with the player, he's sealed away, while the other two elven gods in Gillinane and Elgar'nan have slipped out and are causing mayhem. That means it's up to you, in Rook, to assemble the Veilguard and take the fight to these elven gods. Taking a more linear approach, you'll visit places like Treviso, Minrathous, Ravane, and much more in hopes of finding the help you need with the clock ticking. One of the primary story concerns going into Veilguard was, hey, this used to be called
Skex, thank you for following.
Are they changing the name because the Dreadwolf isn't the focus anymore? And BioWare's reasoning for switching to Veilguard was because they said that the game focuses more on this cast of characters, but they also denied that, no, like, we didn't go this far to not have Solas in the game. So half a truth, half a lie, in my opinion, because Solas, I feel, at least for my standards and what I was expecting out of this story, is not in the game nearly enough. I talked to this guy 4 times before the finale, and 2 of those conversations were extremely brief. If this was a back and forth relationship where I could consistently, like, after side quests, after any main story mission, just go to Solas, reflect, have a conversation, cool, I'm good with that.
You don't see him.
He is not in the story enough, and that is
so that guy was right. The guy that was in that Nure video was completely right. He was 100% right. It is no longer alleged. It is now true that you won't see Solas. You see Solas in the beginning, and you probably see Solas like maybe near the middle or the end, and then you fight Solas at the end. He was completely right. He was also right about the whole non-binary thing. He was right. Completely right.
Such a mistake, because I get that they wanted to focus on these other characters in the Veil.
How do you half tell the truth and half tell a lie? It is a lie. Absolutely true. I don't know why he said that shit.
But none of them, none of them sniff the level that Solas does, the level of importance that certain Dragon Age characters. Think of your Lilianas, think of your Morgans, think of your Variks, think of your Solaces, right? Like, some characters are just head and shoulders in the level of importance above others, even if we have our favorites. And Veilguard's entire cast, I feel, is absent of any characters of major consequence. So in turn, when you put Solas on the shelf, you lose the heartbeat of your entire story. You can also collect memories of his throughout the Crossroads. These are in side quests that'll give you a little more attention on Solas. And
I'm gonna say this right now. I'm gonna say this right now. I don't know if this is a still thing. Anybody ever get tired, sick and fucking tired of seeing ghost stories where they're just still pictures of little ghosts going, and then you just hear in your headphones just like, we are doing this thing, and then something explodes, and then it's like children screaming and shit, and then it's just, you're still looking at the same picture, and they're all just standing here, just like ghosts. Nothing's fucking happening. You don't get to see the moment happen, but they act like they actually did something in this little see the past, sort of see the history bullshit. I hate this. This is fucking lazy.
and you won't interact with him, but you'll learn more about him, and then the party will banter on what weeknesses they can extract
That's
from
what I
the
mean.
elven
Right
god
there.
of tricks and lies. But despite all I said
don't
in a
even move.
positive manner about Solus, BioWare just did not seem self-aware when writing the script for this game. I say that because the amount of time this game directly tells you, like, Solus is a liar, Solus is going to trick you, everyone in the Veilguard knows, you as the player know based on your experience in Inquisition and Trespasser, it is conveyed thoroughly, time in, time out, over and over. It is very clearly communicated to you, this is the expectation. And this story never goes against your expectations. There is no desire to surprise you. And I can understand the argument of like, well, this is Solus as a character. Of course he's going to do it. But without spoiling the amount of times they go back to the well and you're like, okay, yeah, we already know how this is going to end. It doesn't have that Red Dead Redemption 2 effect where you're like, how is this mission going to go to shit? And the writing and the presentation is so compelling that it overrules your knowledge of things are going to go awry here. It's a matter of how they go awry. That doesn't happen here with the Dreadwolf. He's just consistently way too predictable. And so in turn, now
just like Skillip said, that there's no sense of surprise or ooh, I did not see this coming. He's saying the same fucking thing.
Focus shifts to the other two big bads in Gillidan and Elgernon, who are, I don't want to say Corypheus level, because I think obvious connections to Solus and the Evanuris will help fellow Dragon Age fans along, but it just has the same Corypheus issue of not enough screen time, and when they are on screen, it's like, beware! Stop where you are, heroes! I'm like, oh my god. Before the finale, there are two major, we'll put those in air quotes, main story decisions, one of which had next to zero consequence, if you want to even put it that way, where a line in a particular companion story changed for me. The other does change up an environment and some side quests that appear, and was probably the highlight of the first 25 hours for me that woke me up out of that trance. Perhaps the biggest defense for longtime fans, though, is the lack of the keep impact. Now, as a fellow BioWare connoisseur, I think it's safe to say that even in the darkest of times, as a BioWare fan, having the ability to carry my save over was enough to hold my moderate level of excitement for a BioWare game.
Yeah, you didn't get
Veilguard
that.
Allows 3 choices for the keep. Did the Inquisitor romance Solus? You can also customize how they look.
Yeah, we already know this. You said this, but you were still being you were still all aboard for getting that money, dude. So yeah, we already know this.
Was the Inquisition disbanded at the start of Trespasser, which I feel has really no impact on the story whatsoever. Just a couple.
So all 3 of your choices just don't matter at all.
Moments of flavor text. And weirdly, the third choice is if the Inquisitor vowed to save Solus from himself or gave up on him. And it doesn't really feel too different from if you romanced him or not, but the way this keep is set up, it is basically telling you that you should probably make your Inquisitor an elf who romanced Solus, and you just might get a great ending, who knows. But that is it when it comes to a world state carryover. No moment like Morrigan and Flemeth standing off with one another, fighting over the hero of Ferelden's kid. No Loghain appearing at Skyhold. No results from the Well of Sorrow's choice in Inquisition. It's just extremely disappointing how much this game lacks the reverence of this series' history, not only in the creative choices for the IP itself, as I've gotten into, and I will get into further with the gameplay, but just the lack of care for the fans who appreciate the series' history and want to see these conversations and these cameos continue to evolve. It's just non-existent. In many ways, it feels like it's made for a new audience, and that's especially emphasized to me.
Genghis, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Yeah, Dragon Age Keep is just fucking pointless at this point. Matt still wants to be that kid that fell in love with BioWare, but he's now seeing the bullshit they've rotted into. Yeah, very true. Oh god. I think I just fuck. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Thumbs up. I think I did I get offline? Yeah. Hold up. 8:45. I don't know what the fuck is going on. Oh boy. It's reconnecting now. Oh shit. What the hell was that? That was a big old spike. I'm sorry. Sorry about that. Oh boy. Well, fuck. I don't know what the hell just happened. We good again? Okay. Sorry about that. That was me. Shit. Okay, let's go.
When some of the lore that they go over is retreading old grounds. I do think some Dragon Age fans will be like, I knew this already. Why are you stating to me like it's new information? And this is what I call scared writing. I think BioWare got scared of the idea of let's continue this story in a meaningful manner, even though it's been, by the time of this release,
Of course they got scared of it, because I think he's just saying the same thing that Skillup is saying. But basically, look, he's saying the same thing that Skillup is saying, but he's also adding right at the end right there is that, yeah, they're cowards. They don't know how to write anything that's meaningful. They don't want to add anything that Dragon Age they're lazy. They're lazy. They're lazy and they're scared. That's the Dragon Age that you got. Let's move on to this one. I remember this. Natalia got to play Dragon Age the Veilguard and do a review. All she had to do was just say she was non-binary, and this is what she had to say. After playing for 3.5 hours of Dragon Age the Veilguard, terrible graphics, boring and monotonous combat, they want to copy God of War, but in a bad way. The game does not run at a constant 30 FPS, just like what's his name said, Skillup. Many of the dialogues are noticeably made with AI. We've already said that. Very linear. The options lead nowhere. False free will. Very true. That's what Maddie said. The creator of characters focused on the trans and LGBT community. Yep, that's bullshit. Inclusive language in Spanish subtitles. Wait, what? No way. The characters move very robotic. They lack animations. Yes, that's true. The script doesn't make sense. Neither do the quests from one place to another killing bugs. Too much focus on homosexuality, lesbians, and drags. That's true. Race swap everywhere. That's also true. It's a fucking piece of garbage as an RPG. Stay away from this game. Don't even buy it on sale. It's a pile of pure putrefaction created by people who have no fucking idea about video games. Very true. Very true. Very, very true. I'll look at that later. I'm gonna hate this one. I'm gonna hate this one. You ready? Why is it 41 minutes? No. 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 Here we go. All right.
What's going on, everybody? Mortem here, this time bringing you...
Stop downloading HD porn. What are you talking about? Wait, what? What? What porn? I didn't have any porn. Did I have any porn? No, I didn't. What? Anyway. I was like, did I have my porn on? No.
My review after 100% for Dragon Age the Veilguard.
Mortiesmal got a review copy because the man is stale, okay? He's white bread, and I don't even mean that in his skin color. I just mean he just says what we've already seen on the video game.
The long-awaited next entry into the Dragon Age series following, of course, Inquisition back in 2014. This game is trying to do a lot of things with changes to the formula that are expected given how long it's been, but are nonetheless certain to, I would say, split opinions on this one. But before we dive into that, I review games after 100% all the time to set me apart from other reviewers on the platform, and while that doesn't...
I'm sorry. I watched about at least 15% of this, and he just says nothing. I am just going to go down to the verdict. Is that okay, chat? I'm going down to the positive and negatives.
My positives and negatives. So on the positive side, we have just the lore of the Dragon Age series. I love the universe of this game and how everything works, and seeing more of that and seeing it get expanded on was a real treat for me. I think they did a great job with that, and a lot of it is extremely interesting.
I'll be right back. 1 second. Okay, let's go back to what he said.
My positives and negatives. So on the positive side, we have just the lore of the Dragon Age series. I love the universe of this game and how everything works, and seeing more of that and seeing it get expanded on was a real treat for me. I think they did a great job with that, and a lot of it is extremely interesting. As a result of that, the story and the characters that they've written to facilitate that lore is also a big plus for me as well. The choices and consequences you'll make along the way as you experience that story and that lore I also thought were well done, and I even had a blast with the combat. So frankly, this game has a lot of things going for it, and I think it did very well. Now, on the negative side of things, I think not importing more of what Inquisition did and the choices you made there is a little underwhelming. I think they left a
That's literally what's part of Dragon Age. That's a little underwhelming to you, but it's a big thing to everyone else. Come on, pick it up. What are you talking about? A little underwhelming. So you like the cheesy, fucking monotonous, sprinkles everywhere sort of combat. You think the characters and the story is great, but you think the whole Dragon Age keep, the one thing that was like the biggest thing about Dragon Age is, oh, that's kind of a little annoying.
a lot of loose threads specifically from Inquisition that they just don't really bother to deal with, and I'm curious to see if they ever will. And while yes, I am fully aware that they sometimes put out like extra publications around the lore and stuff, like books and web series and that kind of thing, I would vastly prefer that to be in-game. And as a result, I do think it's a negative not to carry more of that forward directly in this game. Now, this other negative might sound a little bit weird, but your character is the hero and they basically have to behave as the hero. While you will be able to choose your conversation options and the tone of them, it's basically impossible to be mean to literally anyone, which is odd. Basically, the way that you can be mean, if at all really, is to just ignore them and not do their quests, which does have consequences that are not great, but even then your character is still portrayed as like the good guy. And while that might seem like a minor complaint, it does make it basically impossible to roleplay as someone who is like, hey, there's a world-ending problem, I don't care about your personal problem.
That's kind of a big thing when you're playing a role-playing game, is to role-play your kind of character. But if everybody is role-playing as the same type of person, is it a role-playing game or is it just an action game? Am I playing God of War or am I playing a Dragon Age game? Come on now.
Right now. Basically, what I'm saying is I could have used a few more Renegade options, I guess, to put it in BioWare terms. And then, along with that, a couple of minor gripes in like combat and stuff that I mentioned here and there. The lack of lore really expanding upon the Tevinter Imperium and blood magic and everything was a little disappointing, but not the end of the world in light of how good they did everywhere else. So, as a conclusion, the base game of Dragon Age the Veilguard is $60 US, and for that price, I think you're getting a great game that does a lot of things really, really well, that makes it, as far as I'm concerned, the best entry in the series, and frankly, my own personal game of the year. So...
What? Get him out! Get him out!
Probably needless to say at that point, I'm absolutely giving this one a buy. I think you should check it out. I think it's very good. And while I acknowledge that continual shift in direction from the original game isn't going to be for everybody, this is still a great game. And that is where I'm going to leave off this particular review.
Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. Yeah. 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 Fuck you, Mortismal. Fuck you. You're fine. Have the game of the year? Game of the... You just said, oh, they don't let you do the stuff that you could... They don't give you your choices from the previous game. Yeah, that's kind of big, man. They only give you 3 choices that don't even make any sense. Yeah, but this is game of the year. What? Yeah, this is game of the year. They just took the biggest thing about Dragon Age, the choices that you made along the way. Yeah, but it's game of the year. I'm fucking done with you, Mortismal. Are you? These back and forth windbags piss me the fuck off. Do not talk about something, be like, this is bad. This is bad. This is kind of bad. That kind of bad is actually really bad. But 10 out of 10. And I'm just like, huh. White dudes for Kamala Harris, huh? Like, what? Next person. Next. The
Veilguard review. We're going to be talking about why we're actually not doing a review for the Veilguard today, why this should matter to you, and why it's important. We don't normally make videos like this on the FEXTRALIFE YouTube channel. We typically stay out of drama. You'd be hard-pressed to find more than a handful of these across the entire 3,000 some odd videos we've ever made. But what I want to talk about today is going to impact the way that you watch reviews today, the ones that are coming out today. And this information should not be kept from you. Before I get into that, though, just a little bit of background about FEXTRALIFE's history with Dragon Age. Dragon Age Origins is one of my all-time favorite games. I get asked all the time, what are my top 5 games? And Dragon Age Origins is consistently in that list. That has never changed in the entire time since I've played that game.
Good choice.
We also made a Dragon Age Inquisition wiki in 2014 when that game launched. So we've been covering Dragon Age for at least 10 years, maybe longer. And Fex also managed to rescue the Dragon Age forums when BioWare was bought by EA because they were shutting down those forums. We got permission from BioWare to rescue those forums, export them, and import them onto the FEXTRALIFE forums. So you can still find those Dragon Age forums today on our site. We've been in constant communication with EA and BioWare for years about this title. We've been assured we're getting a code multiple times over the years. We've been in constant communication with them. They keep sending us stuff about the game. We've also been covering the game during that time with constant news articles. We've done several videos about the game. But most importantly, I think that our audience is the audience for this title. I think you'd be hard-pressed to find another channel out there that's our size that is so specifically targeted to RPGs that fits the profile.
Notice how, like, what I've said before, like, all his, like, videos are either 12K or 30K. What did I tell you? People don't really watch those. People really don't watch those videos. But they'll watch, like, your must-buys. They'll watch, I played it all, like I played it before you played it. That'll go up to 278K votes. You know, stuff like that. But most of his videos pretty much lackluster
for this game. So following all this, we were invited by EA to attend a preview event for Dragon Age: The Veilguard in September with a lot of other press and content creators. We were by no means the only ones doing this. And after attending that event, we made our impressions video from playing the game, which has close to 300,000 views on our YouTube channel right now, which I think is one of the most viewed impressions videos for that game at this time. If you watch that video, the general sentiment is that we were cautious.
Can I see that again? If you choose a mage, you're gay. Check this out.
YouTube channel right now, which I think is one of the most viewed impressions.
Yeah, no thank you.
Videos for that game at this time. If you watch that video, the general sentiment is that we were cautiously optimistic about the game. We praised its gameplay, character depth, but we weren't completely sold about the storytelling in the long run, although we only got to play a very little bit of time, so we weren't entirely sure.
Yeah,
and in
just
general,
like
we
MRHATTYPLAYS.
didn't really like the character models, the design style of them, which I think a lot of people don't. In general, it was a pretty positive impression of the video, and I want to play for you the closing audio from that video right now so you can see what we told our audience at the end of that video. I still have issues with the game, mainly that I don't like the UI and that the dialogues didn't seem to be on par with what you could get in other story.
And this is why they didn't get a code. They said, I played it, it's good, but... And then they were like, cut these niggas off. Cut them off. They're not non-binary. Get them out of here.
Focus games that have come out in the last decade.
And FEXTRALIFE is
huge. And then I didn't yet get a point where I felt a bond or much interest with my companions who were integral to the story. It's funny that I have pretty much been playing these games for the story and getting through the combat, but I may actually be playing the Veilguard to enjoy the combat and get through the story to see the end. How everything works together and progresses into a full game remains to be seen, and there were several big and impactful events that I cannot discuss, but so far my opinion on this has become more positive. And I would like
if you
to
don't like the dialogue
RPGs
and the gameplay, how the fuck is the game good? That's a really good question.
And just to illustrate how mild that our criticisms were of the Veilguard, after publishing our impressions video, we got called shills. Some people accused us of being paid by BioWare, and
that's you, chat. That's you. That's you, chat, right there. That's you, chat. Yeah, you don't give a fuck. You don't care. Choose pronouns? Yeah, no, I'm skipping this game.
to promote the game, which of course we're obviously not.
Oh no, name
contacted
calling
by another content creator who had attended the event that asked me why my criticisms were worded more cautiously and asked me if I was concerned when I made my video that I'd be denied access to a review code. To which, of course, I replied, no, I'm not worried about getting denied access to review code. That simply doesn't happen in the gaming industry. But I was not concerned about this at all. I reassured him that...
Oh, you sweet summer child. You sweet baby rays. Oh, you do not know. You are supposed to know marketing. You are supposed to know marketing. The good and the bad. See, you're supposed to know this shit. You are stating it like, oh, it's a fact that if you're getting a review, if you're playing the game early, that, oh shit, I'm supposed to get a review code. If you thought that that was going to be just how it was going to be for the rest of your remaining career as a reviewer of video games, oh, honey boo boo schnookums, I'm sorry, but sometimes they don't. If they don't do that shit. They see, I kind of don't like the game combat. Get this nigga out of here. You have to understand that sometimes the bus isn't going to show up. You go to work every day, wait on the bus. Maybe the bus ain't going to show up every day. You're going to have to try something else. You're going to have to realize sooner or later you're going to have to call a taxi. How could you not know this? Let him say it again.
Denied access to a review code. To which, of course, I replied, no, I'm not worried about getting denied access to a review code. That simply doesn't happen in the gaming industry. But I was not...
It does. It does. That simply does not happen. Well, it just happened to you. Congratulations. You learned something new. I knew it before I even went up to what? I'm not even as high as you when it comes to subs. I knew that shit.
Concerned about this at all. I reassured him that he shouldn't be concerned about this because it's just not really a thing in the gaming industry. It's so
not really a thing in the gaming industry. How would you know that? How would you know that? No, really. How would you know that? Have you seen how AAA games have been coming out and then dying immediately? There are more things than that you don't know that you have actually been avoiding. See, I try to seek knowledge into all things. Some people just like to go like, oh, that never happens. Just don't look. Just ignore them. Just ignore them. No, I got other business. Yeah, no, I don't want to talk about it. See, that sort of mentality, it keeps you away from answers. It keeps you away from thinking. I hate that shit. It's like, oh, I don't want to talk about that. Well, they want to talk about you. That's right. It's like, this has nothing to do with me. Well, they have everything to do about you. It's like, oh, this won't change the game. Oh, well, lo and behold, it does. Lo and behold, it does. You may not be interested in the problem, but the problem is interested in you. And that's how games have failed in the West. How come these motherfuckers come to us every single time saying, oh, you think the games are failing, but guess what? Yakuza and Zelda and Monster Hunter is looking good, and all these other like Asian games are doing good, and oh my god, all the Asian games are doing good, but the Western games are doing bad. Oh shit. Oh god. Oh yeah. He's like, yeah, now you know.
So rare that it shouldn't scare someone into not saying.
It's so rare, it's not rare. It's rare that you figured this shit out so late.
What they think about a game. So after publishing our video, nearly immediately our contacts at EA and BioWare stopped replying and communication went to zero.
That's right. That's right. You sucked their dick down to the base and they got your ass, and now they're hanging up on your ass. They don't want second rounds anymore. You have to realize that, man. How come you gotta go Pikachu face? Like shocked Pikachu face on this shit. It's making you look like pathetic. It's making you look pathetic. This part of the conversation, I wouldn't have put it in there, man. Cause people in I'm gonna look in the comment section. Oh shit. You mean to tell me? In short, this is what we call access journalism. Yes. I've never heard effects sound so calm yet so livid. My boy is angry. Yeah. People are just on the chat saying like, yeah, you don't say. You don't say.
So we started inquiring as to what was happening and reaching out to other contacts in the industry in a bit wider of a circle to try and figure out what's happening. As a result, we discovered that we were essentially getting fake reassurances that we were getting a code to keep us happy while denying us access to the Veilguard. It wasn't too long after this that I began to be contacted by other press and content creators about whether or not we had a code. And generally speaking, I get this a lot. People tend to ask me whether I have a code or not, because we generally get codes for all the big games. I'm not trying to brag. It's just simply reality. We have a large channel. We almost always get a code, and another creator or press can figure out if they should have a code right now, if they're going to get one or not, by asking us this question, which is what happened here. And we started piecing together between us that some people had codes and others didn't, including ourselves. And you might have also seen Wolfheart's tweets about this topic on Twitter or X, and Luke Stevens' video about this topic as well. Both.
Luke Stevens doesn't matter. This man like didn't get a code, and then he immediately went, well, at least I get to play some Monster Hunter Wilds this weekend, so I'm going to play that. He's not even going to make a whole thing on it. He's not even going to review it after the game comes out. This is purely money for all of you, but it's purely a money game for Luke Stevens. Luke Stevens doesn't give a shit about BioWare and where they go. He doesn't give a shit about Dragon Age. Okay, I don't think he's played the previous games. He noticed that he didn't get a code. He made a 15-minute video about him bitching and moaning. And then as soon as he noticed that he didn't get a code, guess what? He just moved over to another game. He just moved on. He's like, well, I get to play Monster Hunter Wilds then, since my day is free. He doesn't even want to make videos about Dragon Age, even if it's even when it comes out, because he knows that won't bring any money. So fuck Luke. So at least Wolfheart actually has, it feels, you know, like MRHATTYPLAYS, Wolfheart FPS, Skill Up. At least they have emotions for Dragon Age. FEXTRALIFE, you too. FEXTRALIFE, you too. You have some emotions to the fact that you've played the previous games. Luke's got a family with kids. He don't give two shits. Okay? He's only here for the money. I go to his fucking stream every time, and he's just over there not even playing video game. He's just over there talking to chat, like acting like he knows how video game like fucking shit goes down. And he's just like, let's talk about Suicide Squad again. And I'm like, nigga, nobody's talking about Suicide Squad. Who gives a fuck about that new character shit? Who gives a fuck about Shattered Space?
Both of those individuals were with us in California for the preview event, and both of them put out preview videos as well as ours. And I think between the three of us, we probably have some of the three most viewed videos on this topic, or at least most commented on, I would say. And if you read those tweets and you watch that video, you can tell clearly that they also feel some way that they were intentionally excluded by EA from review access for some unknown reason, likely because of critical comments they made in their preview video, even though most of the things...
Yeah, you said you didn't like Ballara, so you're out. Thanos snap. Yeah, you didn't like Ballara. Yeah, you didn't like Ballara. You probably said something else. You probably said something else, but you didn't like Ballara, man, so you're out. Is that a Todd Howard fucking candle over there? Let's move on. Yeah, let's move on.
Things they said were positive about the game, just like us. And these are just two individuals that are speaking out about this, but we do know that there are at least a handful of other content creators and press that were left out, maybe more, that share a similar sentiment, that feel like they were deliberately prevented from giving their own opinions to their own audience about this game. It is feeling like...
I remember this video. This guy's pretty cool, but at the same time, he said something where it's just like, there's a reason that you didn't get a code. And I'm just like, he's going to say something related to like, oh, there's policies and regulations and stuff like that. And he did. He brought it up. He's like, oh, there's policies and regulations and certain things that you have to do in order for people to get a code. Not everybody can get a code. And I'm just like, nigga, just say it. And then at the end of the video, he's like, yeah, it's actually possible that people didn't get a code because they would be negative about it. And I'm like, thank you. You may leave. You may leave. At least he mentioned it at the end of the video. It was like 4 to 5 minutes. And I was just like, bro, just say it. It's like, yeah, it's possible that they didn't get a code because they were conflicted on it. And I'm like, thank you. Jesus.
EA is deliberately trying to...
It's like your son or your daughter is lying to you. And then you're just like, tell the truth. Just tell the truth. Yeah, I did it. Okay, thank you.
Prevent us from telling you what we think about the game, and they want you to hear it from someone else. So you then have to ask yourself, why would EA do this? What is their angle? What are they trying to accomplish by doing this? After the previews came out, I think it became very apparent that most of the people who were still interested in Veilguard after watching the previews were waiting for reviews to make their final decision about whether or not to purchase the game. If you just read comments in any YouTube video about the Veilguard or look at the poll on our community page, you can see that the vast majority of people that are still interested are waiting for reviews. Looking at this, EA's marketing team probably saw this and decided that they needed to make the reviews as positive as possible, trying to exclude those that might, give the game a 7 or an 8, while also reaching out and finding press and content creators that would maybe give the game a 9 or above.
Yeah, because guess what? Money moves around. It's not all sunshine and roses when it comes to the gaming industry, because I told you guys before, if if the publisher gets a good light on some reviews, the CEO publisher gets a lot of money. Gets a lot of money when there's, you know, good reviews out. So, IGN said something good. Eurogamer said something good. GameSpot said something good. Okay, the CEO gets a bonus. Money gets passed around. This is all a fucking money game.
Just think about this for a second. If you're on the EA end and you're trying to manipulate review scores because you want high review scores, what are you going to do? You're going to research press and content creators and what they usually give to games score-wise to give you a general idea of how they're going to review your game. For us, we never give games 10s. 9s are extremely rare. Most games we give reviews to fall somewhere in the 7 or 8 range, while other places, you know who they are, always give 9s and 10s, and frankly, it's hard to take them seriously. Yep. And this is why I made this video, because you guys told us in no uncertain terms that you're waiting for reviews, and you're about to get a bunch of reviews that have been curated by the publisher for their likelihood of being extremely positive in an attempt to manipulate your view of Dragon Age: The Veilguard.
Wow.
They want you to think there is a universal consensus that the game is amazing, thereby convincing you that you should try it, but also influence.
I know that not everybody is thinking about this, but I'm looking at what he's saying and I'm just like, shit. You mean to tell me that the gaming industry would lie to me? Damn. Crazy, bro. They're lying to me. Are you sure about that? Because IGN said it was a 9 out of 10. And that one guy finally found himself in a video game because he's got mental illness. And he says the game's the 9 out of 10. And you're telling me that they could be lying to me just so they can get a quick buck? And because the number goes up and they want to, you know, stick it to the gamers out there? Man, I didn't see that coming, bro. He's saying it like... he's saying I'm glad he's informing people, though. I'm glad he's informing people.
Influencing future review scores, as it's difficult to be the outlier. If you've ever done a review for a game or for something, you'll realize that if you're the only one giving a high review score when everyone else is giving it a low review score, it's difficult. Or if you're the only one giving it a low review score and everyone else is giving it a high review score, it's a very difficult position to be in. So if you see a bunch of positive review scores come out today, think about all the people that are going to be playing afterward and how much pressure they're going to feel to give the game slightly better score than they would have given it, just to avoid maybe some undue pressure. And sometimes that doesn't even happen consciously, it's just done subconsciously. And I want to be very clear here that I don't think that the press and creators publishing their videos early are going to be lying. However, these reviewers have been screened to maximize the chances that you're seeing positive reviews.
Yeah.
There will probably be some exceptions, of course. I don't think everyone's going to give the game a positive review.
Yeah.
But EA is banking that those are few and far between in an attempt to keep the aggregate score of the game high.
True.
This has only happened one other time that I'm aware of in the some 10 odd years I've been doing this, and that is with Cyberpunk 2077,
wow,
which followed a similar pattern where we were constantly reassured we were getting a code for years, but never got one. And suddenly
no, FEXTRALIFE.
That still only counts as one.
Thank you, Hannah. No, FEXTRALIFE. No. You said to us that this never happens. That's what you just said. No, FEXTRALIFE. You said, we all heard that, right? Do I have to go back? He said that this never happens. Was I the only one? Let me go back. Man, finding it's going to be hard. I'll find it. I'll find it.
That I'd be denied access to a review code. To which, of course, I replied, no, I'm not worried about getting denied access to a review code. That simply doesn't happen in the gaming.
Woo! Yeah! Yeah! I found it in 2 seconds. Yeah. I don't know why I'm showing my muscles. But yeah, see, he just said that shit. Y'all think I'm not paying attention. I'm hearing what you're saying. I know I look like a hobo, but I got my keeping my head on a swivel. I'm keeping it on a swivel.
In the some 10 odd years I've been doing this, and that is with Cyberpunk 2077, which followed a similar pattern where we were constantly reassured we were getting a code for years but never got one, and suddenly reviews were out and everyone was praising the game, giving it 9s and 10s, except one journalist who dared to give it an 8 and was ripped to shreds for it. But then the fans got their hands on the game, and well, you know the rest. It wasn't what was promised, and we were forced to make one of the most...
But FEXTRALIFE, my dude, you just said to me that, you know what, let's move on. Let's move on.
...disappointed videos I've ever made in my gaming career. However, in the case of CD Projekt Red, they own their shit, and the game is in a much better place now, though they lost trust by what happened with that game.
And guess who's coming up next, boys and girls? BioWare.
In CD Projekt Red's case, they had already garnered quite a positive reputation, so they survived the backlash. However, neither BioWare or EA have shining reputations in the gaming industry, and many people think this is BioWare's last...
I'm drinking my smart beer today. You shan't fool me.
...chance to prove they still have it. This is the worst possible start to demonstrating whether or not that is true. So what does this mean for FEXTRALIFE? Honestly, nothing has changed. I'm going to buy the game, I'm going to make our review, and I'm going to like the game or not based on the merit of the game, same as we've always done. I'm not going to let EA's bullshit influence our review or its score. We decided to make this video after some deliberation for you, the viewer, because we couldn't in good conscience let this pass without saying something, and let you be duped into thinking this title is one way when it in fact may be completely different. There are a lot of moving parts behind the scenes in the gaming industry that you will likely never know about, such as executives for publishers getting bonuses based on review scores, with higher score being bigger bonuses. Maybe you didn't know that.
Thank you for mentioning it. You heard what he just said?
Into thinking this title is one way when it in fact may be completely different. There are a lot of moving parts behind the scenes in the gaming industry that you will likely never know about, such as executives for publishers getting bonuses based on review scores, with higher score being bigger bonuses. Maybe you...
What did I say? What did I say? I'm so glad FEXTRALIFE brought that shit up. I am so glad he brought that shit up. Jeez. Jeez, man.
Didn't know that. The tactic that EA has taken with Dragon Age the Veilguard may prove to be successful, but should be entirely unnecessary if the game is in fact good. But it's not good for you, the consumer, and because they did this, you should not purchase the game based on initial reviews, but instead wait for players to get their hands on the game and tell you how things actually are, so that there is a true consensus, not one that is manufactured by a large corporation who clearly doesn't care about its community or community members, but in fact only cares about the bottom line. And believe me when I say that I would much rather be publishing a Dragon Age the Veilguard review today rather than this video. This is not a video that I really wanted to make, but I thought it was very important to get this information out to you.
It's not a video that you wanted to make. This is not a video that you wanted to make. Y'all motherfucking YouTubers. Okay, cut this shit out. Cut this shit out. You motherfucking YouTubers need to realize your audience, because this is what you always do. You always make those little 12-minute videos where you just think that, like, oh shit, just make this video talking about 1 or 2 or 3 small little things about a game that is about to come out, and then you make bank off of a 12 or 10-minute video, and then you come out of nowhere and then say something where it's just like, well, I don't really like to talk about this subject. Well, maybe you should, so you could start to understand the people that follow you, the people that subscribe to you. Maybe you should do that, because when I watch FEXTRALIFE, though, I don't even know who the fuck is behind the wheel. I don't know. You guys are all fucking robots to me. At least with Wolfheart, there's a semblance of, like, you know, understanding the YouTuber. He even streams. He streams on Twitch and YouTube. At least he does that. And he talks to other people that like his channel. With you guys, all you do is play the game silently. You remember the fucking time that you guys inflated your numbers? You inflated your numbers on your wiki like fucking thing? You think I fucking forgot that shit? Don't pretend that you're for the gamers, okay? Don't pretend that. You should talk to your players more. Make 10-minute videos about what's going on in the gaming industry. Make people more informed about what the game that they're making. Jesus. All right. That's it. That's enough of that. That's enough of that. So, I will be playing Dragon Age, the Veilguard on the 31st. Either before or after work, and I will show you what the game has in store. We'll go from there. If you guys want to play the game yourself, that's cool. If you don't, you could just watch me suffer. Because from what I've seen already, yikes, that's bad, bro. But anyway, that was great. That was 5 hours of just some people that were being based and some people that were just straight up bullshitting. That was great. That was awesome. Guys, I'm gonna head off. This has been great. This has been awesome. I might not stream tomorrow. I got stuff that I gotta do. I'm probably gonna upload this video here. I'm gonna chop it up into pieces where it's like where it makes sense. But appreciate you guys being here. Appreciate all the new people that came by on Twitch and all the new people that came on YouTube. I appreciate y'all. We'll play video games next time. I'm tired. I talked too much today. I did a lot of talky. But I appreciate you guys being here. I will see you guys next time. Y'all take care. And remember, you know, it's your money, your BioWare, your Capcom, you're all those things, man. You're all those things. They would not be anything without you guys. And that is a goddamn fact. None of these companies would be anything without you guys. Damn true. All right. Y'all take care. Have a good one. Peace out. Peace.